Off we go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, back to our regularly scheduled pace and volume because Daddy's home. Back in the network studio because my car's not broken anymore. It's the Rob Brown Show.
You know, the one thing everyone wants to know, how's it smell?
So,
they didn't get it all out.
They got most of it out. I gotta give them credit. They did a good job. I expected dramatically worse from the oozing guts of a dead squirrel locked away for a solid couple of days in the back of my trunk. I expected worse, but I talked to the cat at the dealership when I picked the rig up. Because I walked in and I was like, dude, listen, first and foremost, man, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I know that sucks. I said, at least I found it. And you didn't have to go like rifling through the car and then be responsible for somehow getting a dead squirrel up out of there. And he looks at me and he goes, like, he was so nice about it. He's like, dude, don't worry about it. It happened. We get weird stuff in here all the time. And I said, Mr. Joshua, sir, how many dead, oozing squirrels have you had to pull out of the trunk of a truck? And he went, yeah, we've never really had that one before. And I'm like, yeah. So it doesn't happen to everybody. It happens to one body, me. And he goes, yeah, that one's pretty much true. He did tell me some stories. He's like, I've had to pull like chunks of roadkill out of cars, and I've had to pull like tufts of fur from like, you know, animals that have been run over and stuff. He said, I've never had to pull like a whole ass dead squirrel up out of a car. I said, yeah, no, I know that. But apparently one thing they can do, I learned this yesterday, they have a device, great one, that they can they put a hose into your car, like connect it to the AC system, and then it runs pure unfiltered oxygen, which I guess does a good job of like bonding to, for lack of better words, scent molecules and flushing them out. He goes, we ran the oxygenator on your car for like a solid 2 hours, and we did the best we could. So it's good, but it wasn't all the way gone. But I'm going to take it compared to what it was before I had to drop it off. And I'm just going to have you want to talk about sometimes when you just have those third world problems or those first world problems that feel like third world problems, but they're not. Being locked up at the crib the last couple of days because I didn't have a ride was infuriating, man. Was just infuriating. So I'm just happy to have the car back. I'm glad to be back in the office because as Zoe and I talked about after we got off the show yesterday, the show's just better when I'm in the studio. The show's, I feel better. Zoe and I can communicate better. I feel like I'm able to talk with you guys better. We can use the stream for guests, which we're going to coming up later in the show. I'll tell you about that here in a few minutes from now. It just feels right. This is why post-COVID, when we basically got clearance, like we all had to work from home. Like if you weren't mandatory to be here for the station to be on the air, you got sent to Comrex and you got sent home to work from the house. And so I moved here. I was in studio for legitimately like a month. And then we all got sent home. And I worked from the house. I did the show from the house. And this was back when I was in the original noon to 3 slot. And then we got bumped up to 9 to noon. Originally, I did a month in studio. And then I did like a year and a half from the house. And eventually we got the email that was like, okay, if you would like to return to the office, if you'd like to come back to the studio, you can. You're welcome to, but you don't have to. In fact, some of you, we prefer. Like, we want minimal people in the office, but if you want to come back, you can. I was back the next day. I was like, yeah, dude, it's a different vibe. Now, I also found out that my preference of would you rather work from home or work in the studio, the real answer is in the studio. But the answer is usually whichever one I'm not doing, I want to do the other one more, right? Like, I'm not going to lie. There is something that was nice the last 2 days about having an extra half an hour to sleep in and still be on the same schedule. There was something very nice. If you watched the stream, you may or may not have caught it. There was something very nice about doing the show in pajama pants from my own house, during breaks. Just walk to the fridge and grab whatever you want. Oh yeah, I think I have some Publix Philly cheesesteak dip for breakfast this morning.
By the way, it's radio. No one can tell if someone's wearing pajama pants.
I might be right now.
I probably am. So I mean,
All right, we have got a lot that we got to get to on the radio program today, of course, and obviously the first round of the National Football League draft going down last night. I did not get anywhere near the number of trades I thought I was going to get. So I was wrong on that front. I thought we were going to get 5+ trades last night. We effectively got, 3, I think, by the end of the night.
Yeah, and the trades happened, and basically things stayed in the same order almost of how guys were going to be picked. So, I mean, there were no real surprises. Cleveland trading out, I mean, that wasn't really that big of a surprise.
Cleveland trading out was
Jacksonville
not a surprise.
Trading in, yes.
That was the surprise.
This is, and I said, and then they said it on NFL Network, the same thing. This is it for Trevor. I mean, yeah, this is it.
Yeah, I don't have to
find out if he's just a mediocre quarterback or if he's the hype that he had going into the draft.
Completely agree. Now, I want to start with this. Before we're going to get into everything, we're going to have a lot we're going to talk about. We're obviously going to break down picks and trades and moves and yada, yada, yada. But before we do any of that, I do not do draft grades. I never have. I'm not going to come in here and say, A+ draft, C- draft. I don't do that. And I don't do that for the exact same reason that I don't do recruiting class grades. I mean, I do recruiting class grades. Like, for instance, at the end of 2025, I will grade the 2023 recruiting classes, right? Because we don't know. Now, we can do grades as far as who addressed needs, right? We can say this team addressed their biggest need and they get a pat on the back for that, or this team took a big swing. But I don't do draft grades. And I'm not the only one. And just to show you I'm not the only one, here's Scott Van Pelt, who said the same thing on his podcast.
What do you hate more, this pre-draft mock season or the immediate post-draft grade?
You know the answer to that. Hey, Scott, we're going to do draft grades. No, we're not. You don't want to do a draft grade? No, I sure don't. Why not? Because nobody has a clue, including the teams that just took the players. Why do we do this? Draft B-. Say anything. Just make up anything. Who gives? It doesn't matter. And you don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. It's a little Andy North.
Oh.
Inside the Beltway. But truly, people can't possibly know. I don't mind the speculation. Speculation's fun. It's the fuel for the engine. But the grade bit, you can miss me with that forever.
What do you hate?
Oh, well, I didn't cut the end off there. But yeah, pretty much that. You get it. We can talk about teams that address needs, didn't address needs. We can talk I would be willing to say grade out the Jags draft, right? Like they trade number 5 overall this year, which the Browns turned into Mason Graham, a 2nd, a 4th, and next year's 1st in order to move up from 6 to 2 and go get Travis Hunter.
Unless you're a Clemson fan and you're scared that Sunshine is not going to look like Sunshine after he has weapons, all the weapons he needs.
Well, again, and this is where, to me, I feel like, because I've said a couple of times, this is make or break year for Trevor Lawrence. I'm standing on that. It is 100%. With the Jags, this is make or break year for Trevor Lawrence. I want to point out, not Trevor Lawrence's career, but with the Jags, this is make or break year. And the Jags, who obviously went and got Liam Cohen to be their new head coach, pulled him out from Tampa Bay where he was the offensive coordinator. And the Buccaneers, after Dave Canales left and came to Carolina, there were question marks. Are they going to be able to get the same thing out of Baker Mayfield, out of this offense without Dave Canales, who's been running the show there? Liam Cohen stepped in, did everything Dave Canales was doing. Same numbers, same performance, same result, same record, same divisional crown, yada, yada, yada. And Liam Cohen, the background he has, they felt comfortable making him the HC. So they went and got an offensively minded head coach. Now they went out and they got a weapon. A weapon. And I would even go so far as to say, I don't have a problem calling Travis Hunter. I don't think I said this yesterday. And maybe I should have, because the Carolina Panthers decided to go get themselves a wide receiver at number 8. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. Maybe I should have said this yesterday because it did come into play. I agreed with Rashad. I thought the Carolina Panthers were going to end this draft with the wide receiver. I did not think it was going to be at the 8 pick. I really did not. In fact, I'm a little bit peeved with both the Cats and the Saints, not just for the picks that they did make, but because they let Jalen Walker fall to Atlanta. That man's now in the division, and he's going to be a terror in this division. We'll talk about that in a little while. But Jacksonville went and got a guy in Travis Hunter, regardless of how you feel about him as a person or as an ego or as a Dion guy or as a Buffalo or as a this or as a that, whatever. Regardless how you feel about him, I will say this. I think Travis Hunter was the best wide receiver in this draft. I think he was the best wide receiver in this draft. There are aspects of the game that Ted McMillan is going to be better at than Travis Hunter. There are aspects of the game that I think Golden out of Texas is going to be better at. But as a well-rounded project, as a weapon in an offense, I think Travis Hunter was the best wide receiver in this draft class. So they said, you know what? We know it's make or break year, and I think the Jags feel this way too. It's make or break year for Trevor Lawrence with this franchise. So let's go get him the best offensive weapon in this class. Let's go get him the best weapon on the table, and we're going to pay what it takes to go get that guy. And effectively what they did here is they spent 2 firsts on Travis Hunter. Because we can talk about the 4th and the 5th or whatever else and everything else that got mixed in. And that's fine. We'll get to that later because those can obviously turn into value picks down the road. But they spent 2 first-round picks to go get the best offensive weapon, arguably, in my opinion, probably is the best offensive weapon in this draft class in Travis Hunter to pair him up with Trevor Lawrence and ETN out of the backfield to basically create what they hope is a high-octane offense, at least has on paper, the skill position talent to be the high-octane offense that you want to put around Trevor Lawrence. Now, I also expect that the Jags are going offensive line the rest of this draft. Whatever they got left in the tank after that trade, they're going offensive linemen. Let's get the best we can get in front of this guy now that we've got 2 wide receiver weapons. We've got a running back weapon that he's very comfortable with. It's his time to shine. We went and got him an offensive head coach, a quarterback's coach, a guy that's had success, a guy that's connected to some of the biggest offensive names in the game. We got a GM that's a Rams guy, that's a Sean McVay guy. By the way, here real quick, since we're talking about this, here is a clip from Gladstone there. 32-year-old general manager. I should probably try to do something with my life, talking about the reason they decided to take this swing.
I probably got some familiarity with the them picks sort of process. So for our fans, I'll tell you, don't be scared. This is something I'm uniquely positioned to navigate, and we ended up bringing Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. And with that, he is somebody who is deserving of a first-round draft pick as a wide receiver, and he is worthy of a first-round draft pick as a corner. Certainly look forward to each of those elements showing themselves over the next few years while he's under his rookie contract. But, we're excited about just getting him in the boat, so to speak.
So that's James Gladstone, the young GM for the Jacksonville Jags. Listen, I really don't have an issue with it. I don't. It's as he just pointed out, he's taken the them picks mentality. And honestly, we're going to find out. Here's what I'll say about that clip and about James Gladstone. In 5 years from now, that clip is going to be one of two things. That clip is either going to be marked as the green flag for the James Gladstone era, and Jags fans are going to point to that clip and go, that's when it started. That's when our run started. When this young buck stepped in and had the rocks to make that move in the 2025 draft to get us Travis Hunter, and it was all uphill. Or 5 years from now, the Jags are still going to be the Jags, and they're going to look back and go, what in the world were we thinking hiring that child who came in and decided to play Madden with our first draft and blew the whole system out of the water for Travis Hunter, who went on to blah, 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 blah. I think there's only two lenses that quote is going to be viewed through in 4 or 5 years in Jacksonville, Florida. Either that was the start because Travis Hunter was worth 2 first-round picks. Look at this guy. He's not just a franchise player. He's a crown jewel. He's all over. He's the face of the league. Or Travis Hunter is absolutely not going to be worth 2 first-round picks, and they're going to look and go, that was the start of a 5-year run of mediocrity again. And we're mad at that guy forever. I don't get mad at dudes in sports for taking a big swing. Big swing. Smart swing, but big swing. This is a big swing. Travis Hunter might be the best offensive weapon in the draft. And oh, by the way, you got a dime corner that you can plug out there and have a potential Pro Bowler on that side of the ball. We'll find out. All right, we got a lot of reaction from last night's first round. We're going to keep getting into it, including the Panthers taking Ted McMillan and more. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob, and you're awake and listening to The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Oh, wrestling is awesome. Says, welcome back to the studio. Rip to the Sanders ego. Teams understood they needed to build up their trenches. A lot of linemen going, which again, leading up to this draft, what have I been saying for a while? Howie Roseman changed the NFL. Howie Roseman changed the NFL because the Eagles we're drafting linemen, big, gritty, nasty linemen. That's what both sides of the ball. We're drafting linemen over and over and over. And I said coming in, I wonder if teams are going to adopt the Howie Roseman philosophy. And based on last night, they kind of did. They kind of did. All right, give me 35 seconds. Assuming I have 35 seconds.
Does he ever come back in the time that he said?
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586.
You know it's raining hard when we hear it in here. It's raining pretty hard. Be careful out there. A lot of standing water.
But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025. Here's comedians and Skechers getting comfortable. Presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-In. Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton. I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mendez. Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-In? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes. Yeah, with Skechers Slip-In, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins in a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The Fan Upstate. Here's how to get in the game.
Been lower than 35 seconds. Just saying.
Listen on your phone, download the Odyssey app and search The Fan Upstate.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan upstate. And on your computer at The Fan.
FanUpstate.com.
Early birds get the sports.
The Rob Brown Show, evaluating NFL Draft night number 1, round number 1. I'm not a grades guy. I don't go grades because, again, I can grade. Did you meet some needs in your draft? But at the same time, let's look at the New York Giants. They didn't need an edge rusher, but they got Abdul Carter at the 3 spot. Abdul Carter, to me, is the best player in this draft. It just was the best player in this draft, in my opinion. They didn't need a guy. Abdul Carter was an asset. That is a dude you pair opposite Brian Burns. That's a dude that allows you to establish the identity of a team that is going to murder quarterbacks moving forward. That's not addressing a need. That's getting an asset. You're probably overstocked at that position now. That's getting an asset. Can I grade that out right now? Great job getting Abdul Carter. That's a great player. Like that, if there is a can't-miss player in this draft, it feels like Abdul Carter's that guy. And if Abdul Carter's that guy, then 2 or 3 years from now, we're going to go, what a hell of a draft pick from the New York Giants. And if Abdul Carter, for whatever reason, if we just missed something and he ain't that good, then 3 years from now, a bunch of people are going to look back and they're going to lie and go, oh, I told you at the time Abdul Carter was too much of a No, you didn't. But that's okay. That's okay. You only have to work on what you have to work on. Nobody's got the crystal ball to predict the future. So I don't do draft grades. I will grade the 2025 draft in 2027. There will be some rookies that have stellar years in 2025, and we'll go, great picks. That was a great pick. And then in 2027, we'll be able to look at everybody that everybody picks in this draft and go, great, good class. This guy did this, and this guy did this, and this guy went to so many Pro Bowls, and this guy did that, and this guy did this. What a great draft they had. Or they'll have a bunch of guys that wash out and get cut and whatever, and we'll go, what a bad class that was. But you can't give a draft grade today. We can, however, grade moves. Did you address a need? Did you get an asset? Can't grade the asset. Can't grade the player yet. We got to see what they do. But we can hand out grades based on the moves that were made by teams. So let's take a look at some of them. Cam Ward going to Tennessee. Hey, if you've given up on Will Levis, you've given up on Will Levis. Is that the right move? Is that the wrong move? I don't know. Again, because I've said many times, I think a lot of times teams look at the failure of a quarterback and they just want to exclusively blame the quarterback. And sometimes it is the quarterback. Sometimes the quarterback's just not good. Sometimes you just had a misread. And then I think there's a lot of other situations. And this is something I think more fans, especially of those teams, need to really consider before they start labeling dudes washouts and failures, etc. Sometimes you just got a dumpster fire of a franchise. Sometimes your franchise is just so inept in the front office that it would take a Brady or a Rodgers or a Breeze to get you to the next level. I'm a fan of the New Orleans Saints. That franchise, from its inception in the 1960s until Drew Brees showed up, was by and large, largely inept. I do not know how many players came to New Orleans, were good players, never really reached great. Then they went on to other teams and became great players. I blame that on the franchise by and large. It was an inept franchise. But the Saints have a Lombardi. Was it because they suddenly found themselves being a wonderful franchise? No. It's because, courtesy of Nick Saban and the Miami Dolphins blowing it, they stumbled into one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League. That's it. The franchise was still not a good franchise. It's not a franchise that's worth a damn today. Look at it. But they stumbled into one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. And that quarterback was able to overcome the ineptitude of a historically inept franchise. And he dragged them, Drew Brees, and Sean Payton, of course, obviously. But they dragged them. And by the way, let's talk about Sean Payton. Remember, Sean Payton was a shot in the dark. An unestablished offensive coordinator, never had any HC experience. Young cat, had some temperamental issues in the background that some people were apprehensive about. The Saints took a swing, and they happened to stumble into pairing up a very good offensively minded head coach with one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And it won them, by the way, won Lombardi. It won them one Super Bowl. And as a Saints fan, I'm back to convinced we're never getting another one. Just look at them. Sometimes the franchise is just inept. And some franchises can overcome that. They can get past ineptitude and they can elevate themselves to being a consistently good franchise. And sometimes long-time consistently good franchises can fall into ineptitude. I'm not saying that's what's happening with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but how long has it been since they won a playoff game? Forget a Super Bowl, a playoff game. Yeah, Mike Tomlin's got a winning streak. That's all well and good. When's the last time they won a playoff game? Because I got to tell you, I have yet to visit an NFL stadium where anybody's hung a banner in the rafters for years-long winning streaks. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, the NBA does stuff like that.
All right, well, listen, the in-season tournament's awesome. It is what it is.
No, they got rid of that.
No, they didn't.
I'm pretty sure they did.
No, they didn't. You just didn't care about it.
No, I'm pretty sure that it got. I'm not joking. I'm pretty sure they got rid of it.
Mm-mm.
I'm pretty sure this was the last year for
Mm-mm.
that, because I'm pretty sure that the commissioner addressed that.
Mm-mm. He addressed making it better and doing things to make it even better and more exciting. But no, they did not get rid of the in-season tournament. They'll be back next year. You don't have to like it, but it will be. And I think it's awesome. But we'll fight about the in-season tournament later. To me, I'm not saying Will Levis is going to be a great NFL quarterback. I'm not even saying he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. I'm saying there is a chance that the Tennessee Titans are the problem, not Will Levis. There is a chance that Will Levis did not have the chance, the opportunity, truly opportunity, to develop into whatever the final form of Will Levis is going to become, because Tennessee was that inept. I have pointed many times to the Carolina Panthers and what you saw out of Bryce Young in the second half of this year. I have pointed out the multitude of quarterbacks that have come through. Baker Mayfield came through Carolina, was there for a year, got labeled as the problem. Look at the Panthers. Oh, I can't believe they think Baker Mayfield's the solution. And he came in and he was meh here in Carolina. And then they sent him on down the road. And what did he do? He went to Tampa Bay. He stepped into the shoes of the GOAT, Tom Brady. And all he's done is win back-to-back divisional titles. Yes, it's in the NFC South, and that division is an absolute dumpster fire. But winning divisional titles get you into the playoffs. Getting you into the playoffs is how you have a shot. And OBT Dubs, Banks won a playoff game in Tampa Bay. They did it last year. So the point here is sometimes we like to heap all the blame on the QB, and it's really the franchise that's the problem. And I wonder if that's the case in Tennessee. However, to circle back around to where we started, they decided Cam Ward's that guy. 6'2", 219 pounds out of the University of Miami. Guy with a cannon of an arm. I mean, velo out the wazoo, as the kids say.
What if Will Levis beats him out in training camp?
I'll be stunned. Because while I'm not giving up on Will Levis, Cam Ward is just, he's an athletic freak.
And their excuse is, well, we want to give him a year to acclimate to the NFL.
Again,
if it's a seasoned vet in front of him, everyone's okay with it. But if it's Will Levis, they won't be.
I think that would be something that I'd be on board with if we were talking about the 15th overall pick. The 10th overall pick. You took a guy at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You took a quarterback at number 1. If you were going to use the number 1 overall pick on a quarterback, I expect that guy to be ready to go. Is that fair? I don't know. Is that fair to the player? Is that fair to the quarterback? Subjective, that's up to you. There's actually a part of me that says expecting any rookie to just show up and be ready isn't fair. It's a different game.
Except for like a kicker. I mean,
Sure.
Yeah,
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Punter, kicker, yeah, get your ass out there and kick field goals, all right? Go out there and boot us some moonshots, punter. Fine. But when it comes to position players, yeah, there is a little part of me that thinks maybe it's slightly unfair to expect any rook to just show up and be ready to go, especially a quarterback. Because I think playing quarterback at the NFL might be the hardest thing to do in sports. Not individual activity. I still think that's hitting a 102 mile an hour splitter that's moving. But as far as a job in sports, I don't know that there is one that is more difficult than playing NFL quarterback. However, first overall pick coming to Tennessee, you're kicking Will Levis down the road. Like, yeah, I expect the guy to be ready to go. 39 touchdowns, 7 interceptions last year. Good runner. I don't know if I'd say great runner. Very good runner is Cam Ward. I'm excited to see what happens here. But Tennessee's got to get the old ducks in the row in terms of being a franchise that's ready. Because, again, Carolina, they had an owner and an owner's wife who couldn't stay out of the way. They had a general manager who was nothing more than a snitch-ass yes man who would go talk to the coaches, find out who was saying bad things about the owner, and would go, hey, boss. Coach so-and-so said you, nah. You had a string of bad coaches. It was an inept franchise, and everybody wanted to heap the fault. Oh, Bryce Young's not living up to his potential. He's not living up to what we expect out of a first overall pick. He's not. And then they got the yes man GM out, and they went and they got Dan Morgan, a no-nonsense former Carolina Panther linebacker known for being laser eyes, just intense. They went and got Dave Canales, young, bright, offensively minded, knows how to work with a quarterback. He showed that at Tampa. They went and got some weapons, and David Tepper and Nicole Tepper got the bleep out of the way. And would you look at what happened? Took him a couple of weeks, because why wouldn't it? But the second half of the year last year, Bryce Young came around. Looks like a good quarterback now. I'm not going to say great franchise Hall of Famer. I'm not saying any of that.
Dude, they won.
Stop with the did they win games. I'm tired of that.
Yeah, I don't care if you're tired of it
It's
or
not
not.
a quarterback
A fan of a team looks at victories and losses,
A
and they
fan
didn't
of
have
the
any.
Chiefs looks at victory
All
and
right,
losses.
again, just as much a fan of the Panthers, and you can get angry and yell and scream.
First off, you are not just as much a fan of
I
the
am.
Panthers. Are
I
you?
am.
Are
I
you?
am.
Because I see you in Chiefs gear once a week. When's the last time I saw you in a Panther
You
shirt?
haven't seen me in Chiefs gear since football season was over.
You get the point.
Well,
Have I not? I feel like I have.
No.
Maybe it's just a bunch of flash shirts.
No, you have not.
It's
I only
just
have
color
one
shirts.
flash shirt. I usually wear black. Here's the thing. When football season's over, I put my football stuff away.
If we're just going to have to do the old agree to disagree. Bryce Young, the second half of last year, looked like a quarterback.
No, we're not. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're absolutely wrong about this. I want to see some victories.
I don't.
He turned around to what?
I'm not asking about the team.
He turned around to what?
Bryce Young play better football? Yes or no?
You know, it's
did
not.
he play
It's
better
not.
football? I'm not asking did he win more games. I'm saying did
not,
he play?
It's not harder. It's not harder to look better when you look so bad. So if you want to go from that standpoint, yes,
So
Rob.
he did look better.
Yes,
Thank
Rob,
you for
you're
saying that.
right.
He did look
you
better.
don't really win here, even though you think you do.
Did he play better
He's
football?
still not a good quarterback.
Did he play better football? The answer is yes. Unquestionably and empirically, yes. Because
Wow.
the franchise
You sucked
changed.
yesterday. You suck less today. Wow, what a great improvement.
Yes.
Wow. No.
Yes.
That's not how that
Sucking
works.
less is
That-
getting better day
that's-
by day.
That's not how that
That's
works.
See, you live in this world where it's either
And you live
you
in
lose and you suck, or you win and you're good, and there's no in between.
Your world is just as small as mine. There's a big world out there. We both think that we're right, and there's probably some middle there, but you'll never give up that ground.
I'm the one living in the middle, where there is performances between good and bad. In your world, there's win good, lose bad. In my world, there's a whole range of other performance levels in the middle. All right, we'll discuss at an elevated volume further when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I wish you would defend your own team that way.
I wish my team would do what they did, and I would.
Wow. Didn't your team have a better record than them? What was New Orleans' record?
The same as it was the year before, and they did not get better.
I don't remember the record. I just asked you what the record was. I can look it up. I thought you would know.
No, I bleached the last 2 seasons from my brain. CBS gave Mason Graham and Tet C grade. I gave Tet a C grade.
By the way, you keep calling him that. And yesterday he said he hates that name and said that his mom hates that name and he doesn't know why people call him Tet.
Because it's easy.
His name is, quit being lazy. His name is Tetaroa. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. And he said he prefers T-Mac. I'm just saying. They interviewed him, and he's like, I don't know where that came from. And he looked a little bit upset about it. So I'm not going to upset the guy who's getting ready to play on one of my teams. I'm going to call him by his name. I don't know why you get angry about that.
I'm not angry about that.
You probably were watching ESPN's coverage since I saw you comment about it.
I was flipping around a couple of different places. So. I checked it. I checked it on Pat hitting the vape pen on the break and trying to hand it to Mike McCarthy. Dying laughing.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that's going to get him off of ESPN, which doesn't really matter.
He drops F-bombs routinely. They do not care. They want the frat bro. The only thing I was shocked about was that he wasn't shotgunning.
Here's a question. Is that legal in that state? You know that for sure. That's legal in Wisconsin.
First off, vape pens with THC aren't illegal anywhere. It's literally weed that's illegal. You can have THC. And on top of that, it likely wasn't. There are. I don't have all the laws in every state memorized, but in many states there are rules about what can be in a pen and what cannot.
I think the stoner stuff's going to come back to
But even still, you still have to prove he wasn't just hitting a nicotine vape. Like, you can't prove he had anything in there illegal.
After the Paul Heyman comments.
Just because he smokes in Indianapolis doesn't mean that's what he was doing in Green Bay. You have to be able to prove that.
You just said he was, and now you're saying that there's no proof
I'm sure that he was, but I cannot prove it, which if you're going to give him trouble, you have to prove it. All of that being said, that's what you get from McAfee. If you want McAfee to be, you can't be like, hey, go be that loose cannon, fun, goofy star, except for this thing. No, you're either going to get Pat McAfee that hits a weed pen between takes and drops F-bombs and has Mad Mel talking about Jerry Jones knowing the size of players' dingalings, or you don't get the Pat McAfee experience.
Okay, I don't know what that was that you just did, and that was weird. What the heck are you talking about?
When the Cowboys took Trent Booker, they had that Mad Mel dude on, who honestly was like my least favorite part of the McAfee show.
Oh, okay. All right. What's his name doing his Kuiper impersonation?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that's like the one thing about his draft night coverage that I was like, I could take it or leave this. And it's not bad. It's just not, that part of the show wasn't for me. I really didn't watch a ton of the McAfee part of it though, because they weren't really giving me like, takes. They were watching the draft the way that me and the fellas were texting about the draft last night, just having a ball. Also, I said it last night, and I'm going to say it again. 100% going to see How to Train Your Dragon in theaters. Because I loved the OG, and that movie looks cool.
Your thing about make fun of me if you want. Who's going to make fun of you?
Lots of people. Bros. Old bros.
Okay.
You're going to go watch a kid's movie? You're damn right I am, because that movie rocks.
I don't think there's anyone who's your friend who would make fun, except for your brother. And because
all my friends do is make fun of each other.
Because you play D&D, you do all this stuff. It's not really out of the realm of.
That's also fair. Next hour of the show, we're going to dive heavy into the picks of the Carolina Panthers. We're going to dive heavy into the picks of the Atlanta. By the way, again, I don't hand out grades. Nice job last night, Atlanta Falcons. I hate saying it. I don't want to give you credit for a damn thing. Nice job last night, Atlanta Falcons. Haven't had a pass rush in this division in a while. You went out and got 2 of probably the best 4 pure edge rushers on the board. That trade up with the Rams at 26 was, I honestly, my favorite move of the night. I like James Pierce a lot. I thought James Pierce was going to be off the board at like 15, 16. I also thought Jalen Walker was going to be off the board. Jalen Walker falls. Carolina and New Orleans both pass on the cat. I wasn't shocked that Jalen Walker was on the board when Atlanta came up. I wasn't shocked. I was effing furious that he was on the board when Atlanta came up. I'm like,
so you're Mel Kiper. Getting angry because the pick that you think they should have.
No. Nope. Not mad that you should have picked. No. Not mad that you should have picked X or should have picked Y. Fine. If Carolina truly believed that A, wide receiver was the most important spot, and that B, Tyrell McMillan was the guy. If they truly believe that, I'm not mad at them for making the pick. I am upset
about for you. All right, are there more serviceable defensive players than there are good receivers?
Let me circle back to that. Let me finish my thought there. I am not mad that Carolina went with McMillan. I'm a little disappointed New Orleans decided to go offensive lineman for the 916th draft in a row in the first round. We'll come back to that. I am not mad at the picks they made. I am mad that, in my opinion, the second best edge rusher in the draft got to go to the Atlanta Falcons. And that far down, right? I am not mad that we didn't take Jalen Walker, that the Panthers didn't take Jalen Walker. They both of those teams were clearly convicted in the guy that they wanted. Carolina was clearly convicted on McMillan. Why? Because we know that teams were ringing Dan Morgan's phone. He said it. Teams were calling him looking for 8, which makes sense. Teams were calling and looking, and they were convicted that McMillan's the guy. I appreciate a team having that conviction and going, this is our guy. Cool, great. I can't fault you for that. We'll find out in a couple of years if it was the right call. The New Orleans Saints had their pick in before McMillan was on the stage, giving Roger Goodell his lay and giving the old hug. The Saints pick was in like 30 seconds. They knew their guy. That's who they wanted. They went and got the guy. Okay, it's not the pick I wanted. It's not the pick I like. It's nowhere near what I would have gone, but they had a conviction. They got their guy. All right, we're going to see if you were right or not. That's not what I'm upset about. I'm upset because I think Jalen Walker is going to be a bleeping problem, and now he plays for the Dirty Birds. Carolina and New Orleans, not that you passed on Jalen Walker, but that you passed on Jalen Walker, you handed him to Atlanta, and now both of those teams get to deal with a guy I think is no worse than the third best pass rusher in this NFL draft in your division for at least 4 to 5 years to come. Not the picks they made, but the fact that Atlanta got that dude. Because I was texting Keegan during the draft last night, and when Raj announced that McMillan was the pick to Carolina, immediately texted Keegan. I'm like, Jalen Walker's coming to the Big Easy, baby. Hey, Jalen Walker was like my 3rd or 4th favorite player in this draft. And I thought, he's coming to New Orleans. We got the guy. We need an edge rusher. I got my guy Cam out here who's aging out. That guy's like my age, right? Great player. Love Cam. Phenomenal player. He's one of my favorites of all time. Cam Jordan's a dog, but he's aging out. And we got to have the next guy up, the heir to the Cam Jordan throne on defense. And now we got him. It's Jalen Walker. And then we go with like my 5th ranked offensive lineman. Mel Kiper's like, well, Steve Sarkisian really happy about this. Oh, his college head coach is excited that he got drafted. I'm stunned, Mel. I'm shocked that his college coach was really happy about having a top 8
their offensive
NFL
line
pick.
was really good last year?
Their offensive line wasn't bad last year. It was pretty good. And this kid's won a bunch of awards playing O-line. Like, if you're going to go O-lineman, I thought there were some better ones out there, but this is the guy that they were convicted at. And I'm going to give Kellen Moore a shot, right? I got it. He's a brand new head coach. Is he going to be the right guy, not go? I don't know. Is he the guy I wanted to be the HC? I don't know. Well, fine. I'll give him a shot. So I was dogpiling my team last night. Now that I've had a handful of hours to sleep and relax, I'm going to walk it back a little bit. I mean, I still hate my football team, but I'm going to walk back the criticism of that particular pick. We'll see. That's not my issue. My issue is I think Jalen Walker is going to be a dog, and you handed him to the Atlanta Falcons. And then they traded back up to go get James Pierce out of Tennessee, who I also love. I think Pierce was graded out way too low. I think that dude is going to be right in the back pocket of Jalen Walker in terms of absolute dudes. The Atlanta Falcons are going to threaten to have the most team sacks in the NFL next year. They're going to go from one of the bottom 5 or 6 pass rushes with 2 picks in the first round of this year. They're going to go from one of the bottom 5 teams in pass rush. They will be a top 7 team in the pass rush category next year. In terms of sacks and in terms of passing time allowed, like time quarterbacks have in the pocket to throw a clean ball, Atlanta will be top 7 in the league in both of those stats next year with those 2 picks. That's a phenomenal draft night from the Atlanta Falcons. Assuming they work out. We will find out. I don't know. We will see. So I think if we're, again, don't do grades, but if I'm going to do winners and losers, as I think in broadcasting, you're obligated to do winners and losers. If you're going to do winners and losers, Atlanta's on the winning side. I like their first round quite a bit from last night. And I apologize, Lonzo. I'm a bad friend. You asked me a question before I was trying to finish that thought, and I don't remember what it was.
That was 25 minutes ago. I don't know.
Okay, it was like 4. In radio time, that is a lot longer, but I get it. What was the other? There was like 1 or 2 other spots. Oh, the Giants trading up to go get Jackson Dart, which of course means Shador and his living room door-sized necklace still on the board.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that because, I mean, as far as quarterback rankings, where is Shador on all the available quarterbacks? Where is he on the list? As far as did you have him ranked 3rd, 4th? Where did you have him ranked?
I had him level with Jackson Dart, to be honest with you. I had him level with Jackson
So
Dart.
how many quarterbacks went yesterday? 2?
2.
Right. So it's not really that much of a surprise. I think the surprise will be is if I know Pittsburgh not taking him. I still think Aaron Rodgers is going there.
I think he is now.
I think the surprise would be is if Cleveland doesn't take Shador with the first pick tonight.
So I would agree.
Although
with that.
they could take like Will Howard. Who is pretty good quarterback.
I would agree with that. And I would go one step further and say this. Last night, I was flipping around because I told you, like I watch and listen to the draft in multiple formats throughout the night. I watch primarily the ESPN coverage. I did flip over to ABC because they had the College Game Day guys doing a draft, and I found that interesting.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that, the pregame, basically. I watched that for the pre.
I checked in with them because I've got multiple TVs in the Bro Cave, and then obviously I have the Odyssey app.
I think Desmond might have also been hitting that pin because he was laughing a lot.
I think the boys were just having a good time. I don't think the game day guys really have to take it as serious, right? Like the ESPN guys, and this is why I kind of flip back and forth between both. Because the ESPN guys, I think, are more talking about the draft from the perspective of the teams, and the game day guys are more giving you the player breakdown, right?
Yeah, what they were in college because that's their expertise.
Exactly. So I checked in with them for a little while off and on. And also, like, I kind of like loose broadcasting Nick Saban, right? Like he was talking about James Pierce at one point, and he was just like, you could tell he was having a good time watching film. He was fun. So I flipped over at one point. I was watching them. I was listening to as picks would come in. I was on the Odyssey app, and I will go find whatever is the sports talker on Odyssey's network from whatever city was drafting next, because most of the NFL teams, they go ahead and program local stuff in. And so I'll go listen to different spots, whatever. And when we were getting to the end of the night, I was also texting with Chris Lewis, big Giants guy. And when the Giants traded up back into the first round, He was like, Shador. And I said, hot take, it's going to be Jackson Dart. Hot take, going to be Jackson Dart. And he said, yeah, but like Shador worked out for us. And I'm like, yeah, but Joe Shane's kid tweeted out the highlight video. Is this the connection? Turns out it was. It wasn't that much of a conspiracy theory. They didn't take him at 3, but they traded up to get him. So not that much. It turns out that conspiracy theory had a little weight to it, which was kind of interesting. Then I started listening to some stations from around the country, including at one point Cleveland's. And I should have. I'm a bad radio guy. I should have been writing down the names and the shows of the dudes that I was listening to so I could address them today. I didn't, because again, I was locked into the draft. And also there were 3 NBA playoff games on and NHL playoff games. I had a lot going on last night. It was a good, I don't say this often, it was a good night to have ADHD last night because it was just ping, 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 ping all over the place. Anyway, checked in with the Cleveland guys, and the dudes doing the local show in Cleveland, they like, that was their, towards the end of the first round, they were talking about that. They're like, all right, we're going to be circling around round 2. We got the first pick. And they're like, do we go get Shador? And one of the dudes, and again, you got to take everybody in this business, including me. Whatever they say on the radio, take it with a grain of salt, because some guys will. And this may shock a couple of you. Some guys will lie on the radio to make themselves sound good. Oh, I know. Some guys will lie. Some guys will claim that they have inside sources.
No way.
I know. Some guys will say that they know about notes that were left on head coaches' desks saying what they really did want and didn't want, and they didn't get their way, so they crumpled up that note and threw it away.
It's definitely a no for me, dog.
I know. So take it with a grain of salt. But there was a cat on one of the Cleveland stations that I happened to stumble upon last night that said, I have been talking with folks inside the office, and the Browns are out on Shador Sanders. The Browns are out. They might have been in on him if they ended up with Travis Hunter. If nobody made the call to jump up to 2 in Cleveland to Travis Hunter, they would have considered Shador to package those two guys together and have a number 1 who had chemistry with the quarterback already built in. But without Travis Hunter, they're out on Shador Sanders. And if Cleveland's out on Shador, first off, Cleveland has 2 of the first 4 picks tonight. So they're not taking him at 1. The Texans aren't taking him. The Titans aren't taking him. The Browns back on. They're not taking him. The Raiders went and got Geno. They're not taking him. The Patriots have Drake May. They're not taking him. The Bears have their guy. They're not taking him. The Saints are back on the clock at number 8 tonight. That's the first spot Shador could fall. And from what I understand, the Saints are out on Shador too. Again, grain of salt. I can only tell you, I've got a couple of friends who cover this team for networks down there. The Saints are out on Shador. Then it's the Bears, out. The Jets, out. The 49ers, out. The Cowboys back on at 12. Would they use a second-round pick on Shador to find the future? Well, Jerry's all in on Dak, so out. The Colts, that's an interesting pick. But they got Flacco and they got Anthony Richardson. You going to bring Shador in when you got Anthony? Probably not. They're out. The Rams at 14 because of that trade they made last night. That's the next spot Shador might go. Does Sean McVay take Shador Sanders? Does he fit the style? I don't know. What I'm saying here, great one, is there is a genuine possibility that Shador Sanders falls out around 2.
It could happen.
Sincerely.
I still think he goes to Cleveland. I just feel like he's.
I mean, they got 2 of the first 4 picks in the second round. Do they put one down on Shador? Do they consider him the future? All right, we'll talk more about that. All right, coming up in the next hour.
Who's not the future? Who they have right now?
Joe Flacco.
Any of the ones they have right now.
I don't disagree. But again, do you take a project future franchise quarterback that you truly don't have a conviction he's
the guy? If you're Cleveland, you got him or you have Will Howard. Which one are you going with? And there's some other quarterbacks out there too.
I'm not a huge Will Howard guy, and it doesn't matter how I feel. There's a lot of people who think more teams are in on Will Howard than Shador. He might fall into the 3rd round after tonight.
Will Howard, Ohio guy. I'm not really, but he is. He will forever be
Ohio
because of what he
State
just
guy.
did.
Yeah, that's it. All right, we're going to, in the next round, water cooler cheat sheet, the bat leadoff. Then we will do a segment talking about the Carolina Panthers selection. We'll do the rest of the NFC South as well. We're talking a lot of NFL draft round one. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if there was a draft for dudes reading sports flashes, Lonzo is wearing a big-ass chain and going number 1 overall.
Yeah, I've used too much adrenaline this morning. We're just going to talk about baseball. A 3-game series against NC State started with a 14-4 loss for the number 2 Clemson baseball team. Aiden Knack was tagged for 11 hits and 8 earned runs across 4 innings. Clemson hitters recorded 7 hits but left 8 runners on base, while the Wolfpack racked up 19 hits and a dozen RBIs. The Greenville Drive struck back last night, taking Game 3 of the series against the Hub City Spartanburgers 6-3. Drive starter Hayden Mullen surrendered just 1 hit through the first 4 innings, including retiring 12 straight Spartanburger batters. A trio of NBA playoff games last night. The Knicks won a close contest against the Pistons, 118-116. Thunder put down the Grizzlies 114-108 and completed the largest comeback in NBA history. And finally, the Clippers dominated the Nuggets 117-83. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show coming up next. It's the popular thing, apparently, to hate Shedeur Sanders. I don't. And, people talking about arrogance. Did you listen to a good portion of the people who got drafted last night and how they talked? Ton of arrogance there. There has to be to play that game. I don't know. If he's just not that good of a player, I get it. But if you're doing it because of attitudes can be fixed.
Term provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with.
Now, of all the years that Rob and I have worked together, the thing that's going to be the thing that tears this thing asunder will be Bryce Young. And who would have thought that's what it would be?
GreenvillePets.org. Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing but another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com.
Jacob, pretty much all his dad has done is win. So, I mean, when has he not won? So, if you're worried about Dion, again, all he's done is win. And wherever he's been, he's won. So, if
they're like 1-18 in conference.
If his son is anything like him, he's going to be a winner. I think this narrative is it's a narrative. If he's good on the field, he's good on the field. If he has an attitude, again, that can be fixed. Except for Rob's attitude. We cannot fix that no matter what.
He's a winner narrative draws me up a wall. Because again, he is one.
What else can I do that just makes you angry today? I don't know. I brought up an angle that makes you mad.
Kind of your job, though, isn't it?
Come back and it's it's what I do.
I was told we love conflict around here.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I just don't want to burn out early. I've been sick all week. And I got to help Raven move today.
Ooh.
You know, if I can't.
You know what? I'm not going to say another crossword.
And I already, my legs don't work.
Yeah, I'm not going to say another
and
crossword.
the weather sucks.
Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show goes now. It's the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dudes and dudettes, amigos and amigas. Rob Brown, the Great One, Lonzo, and you, as we are rolling through a Friday, got to get down on Friday edition of the radio program.
I told my wife last night that you've already bought that jacket.
It's so dope. It's so dope. Travis Hunter was
I don't
just
get
on
the
with
strap
this.
thing across the, but still.
I don't either. But I'm past the age where fashion is a thing for me. I have 2 options. 1, I go classic traditional looks, or 2, I just outright and openly steal what the youth are doing and try to still be cool. I don't know what the little extra strap across Travis Hunter's neon pink jacket was last night. I am going to say I absolutely want that. If I find that jacket, I was going to say I'm buying that jacket, but let's be real. I don't have first round draft pick money.
I was gonna say that particular jacket's probably like your salary for 1 year, but
correct. Still. Now, if I find a jacket that looks like that jacket, I'm absolutely buying it. If I find a hot pink jacket somewhere that resembles that jacket, I will own that jacket.
That's like highlighter pink. It really glowed. So, finding that exact color would probably be difficult. I don't know.
Probably. It's not going to stop me from trying. If I find a hot pink jacket like T-Rav had on last night, I'm going to buy it, and you will know because I will be wearing it on the show the next morning. I will come in here stunting the next morning if I can find I'm pretty sure it broke my television monitor pink jacket. Good luck. Good luck.
By the way, that was a sweet looking. I'm not making fun of it. No, I'm not. I was like, oh,
yeah, that's a good look. I like being loud. What do you want? It's a good look. All right, we are obviously talking about the first round of the National Football League draft from last night. I'm going to go ahead and guess that's going to be a water cooler cheat sheet item here in just a couple of minutes from right now. I say guess. I wrote it. So I definitely am going to say it is. We're going to get to that here in just a minute. After that, we'll talk about the NFC South's draft picks from last night because it's the shorter segment, final segment of the hour. It is the long segment of the hour. We'll talk about Carolina's draft pick and how he fits in Tet McMillan or not. T-Mac, you know what? My man said, I don't like Tet. Cool with me. T-Mac it is. So we got XL, T-Mac, and Jalen Coker.
Yeah, he went heritage. When you go heritage, you got.
I respect it.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't, even if it was just, I don't like that nickname. Nicknames are assigned, not requested. All right. You earn a nickname. You are given a nickname. It is not one that you can go, this is my nickname. If anybody ever says, this is my nickname, you're not calling them that. But dude straight up said, I do not like Tet. All right, cool. I respect the request. T-Mac it is. So we'll talk about the draft pick for the Panthers later on in the show and more. But it is the start of the 7 o'clock hour. 7:04 in the AM if you're paying attention to the clock. If you're not paying attention to the clock, well, you got slightly more than 55 minutes to get into the office, to get that first couple of hours grinded away, and then to take that first break, walk down the hallway, go stand in the corner where the boss can't really see you. Go pull George out of shipping. George, we got to talk some football, some basketball, some baseball, some soccer, some hockey, whatever you like to talk about. When you and George get together to talk sports, you got to know what's going on in the world of sports because George does. You know why? Because George listens to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers say,
Friday, gotta get down on Friday. No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports this morning. When you do, this is what you'll be talking about. Let's dive head first into item number 1. The National Football League draft got kicked off last night. Round number 1, 32 teams got an opportunity to pick. Less than 32 did because we had a couple of trades, ups and downs. Cam Ward, University of Miami, quarterback, number 1 overall selection, went to the Tennessee Titans. Colorado's Travis Hunter went number 2, but it was not to the Cleveland Browns. They actually had a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jags sent this and next year's first-round pick over to Cleveland in order to pick up Travis Hunter. The two-way superstar from Colorado joins T-Law and the Jags. Abdul Carter, third to the Giants. The Pennsylvania State University edge rusher Will Campbell, the LSU offensive lineman. By the way, there were like 4 or 5 of my favorite completely non-football related draft moments. The world being introduced to Will Campbell out of LSU was my favorite part. That first off, and I'm not making fun of the kid because like my dude was crying on stage. He's like, this is what I worked for. It was a great moment. I just love that Baston, Fenway Park, take the cat down to Baston Garden, is getting Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU. Y'all, he's going to fit right in. I cannot wait to see that dude.
Will he be hanging at Vrabel's house? Probably.
Apparently, and this story came out during the draft last night. Apparently, during workouts, when the Patriots were working out Will Campbell, apparently Vrabel wanted to put a pass rush to get up close and personal with Campbell's technique, and apparently Will Campbell put Mike Vrabel's ass in the dirt, like straight up pancaked his future head coach. And the story was, we don't know if that was the moment that Mike Vrabel went, that's my guy. But it would make perfect sense that Will Campbell pancaked the head coach of the Patriots and Vrabel went, yep.
I love that story.
Yep.
That's such a great story.
Yeah, that's my guy.
And we believe it.
Oh, I elect to believe it.
Yeah.
100% it happened. In my brain and my fanfic, it 100% happened. Mason Graham, the DT from the Michigan Wolverines, went to the Cleveland Browns, who dropped back to number 5. Running back Boise State, Ashton Jeanty, 6 to the Raiders. As expected, Armand Membu, I think the best offensive lineman in this class, went 7th to the New York Football Jets. I got to tell you, a lot of people gave them grief last night. Go look at the Jets offensive line. It's good. Remember, they got Olu Fashanu last year. They got 2 of the better young tackles in the league. Techaroa McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona, ends up 8th overall to the Carolina Panthers. We're going to talk about him and that selection later on in the hour. Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive lineman from Texas, 9th to the New Orleans Saints. The Chicago Bears went with Colston Loveland, making him the highest picked tight end in the draft. Ended up jumping over Tyler Warren, who fell 14th to the Colts. Michael Williams from Georgia went to the 49ers. Tyler Booker, the offensive lineman from Alabama, went to the Cowboys. Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan, 13th to the Dolphins. And Jalen Walker, who I thought was going to be off the board no later than 8th to the Cats, falls all the way down to number 15 to the Atlanta Falcons. That's how it shaped up. There were some other big moves. The New York Giants traded up to 25 to get Jackson Dart. The very next pick, the Falcons traded back into the first round to get James Pierce Jr., the edge rusher out of the University of Tennessee. Shedeur Sanders not selected in the first round. A lot more first round draft coverage coming up as the show continues, but we've got to get to item number 2. 3 NBA playoff games taking place last night. The New York Knicks now lead the series over the Detroit Pistons 2-1 after a 118-116 win over D-Town last night. Big Cat Karl Anthony Towns led the Knicks last night with 31. Jalen Brunson pitched in 30 on 9 of 20 from the floor. 22 for Anunoby, 20 for Mikal Bridges. Nobody else on the team had more than 6 points, but that was all the Knicks needed to squeak by Detroit. It was a wild basketball game. These two teams were getting into it. We were borderline Malice at the Palace for just a minute there. For the Pistons, at 24 for Cade Cunningham and Tim Hardaway Jr., Dennis Schroeder had 18 off the bench, 12 for Malik Beasley, 16 for Jalen Duren. Not enough as the Pistons fall into a 2-1 hole. The Thunder have the largest playoff come from behind victory in NBA history. They were down as many as 29 in the game last night to the Memphis Grizzlies. But once Ja Morant left the game with a nasty fall, he left the arena on crutches last night. We do not yet have an update. Expect one later on in the day. It's not going to matter if Ja comes back or not, because the Grizz in an 0-3 hole and have shown nothing. They had a 29-point lead and could not hold it last night. Shea gave you 31-26 from Jalen Williams. Chet Holmgren had 24. A pair of bench players, Alex Caruso and Isaiah Joe, each had a dime in this game. For the Grizz last night, Jaren Jackson Jr. had 22. Scottie Pippen Jr. had 28. Ja had just 16 minutes, 15 points before he left this game. 3-0 lead for the Thunder over the Grizz. And then last night, I don't know what the hell this was. This was the most competitive series in the opening round, but the Clippers decimated the Nuggets last night, 117-83. They had 4 starters with 19 or more. Zubac had 19. Harden and Powell had 20. Kawhi had 21 for the Clips last night. The Nuggets shot 40% from the floor, 7 of just 26 threes from range. Nikola Jokic had 23, 13 boards and 13 assists, another triple-double effort. Jamal Murray had 23 points, but only 4 assists, no boards, and just 1 steal last night. 15 for Aaron Gordon. Nobody else on the team had more than 9. In fact, there were only, I believe, 4 or 5 other players that scored points. Brown had 9, 7 from Porter. You had off the bench 3 from Russell Westbrook, 2 from Peyton Watson, and Najee had 1 point. Nobody else scored for them. That was embarrassing. Nikola Jokic was on the sideline. I don't know if you got to see this. Jokic was on the sideline imploding. He was the head coach last night. Dude had the whiteboard. He was in people's faces last night. The Nuggets found nothing. They now find themselves in a 2-1 hole. Let's get to item number 3. So, the House settlement is expected now in 13 days. Effectively, the judge in the case, Claudia Wilkin, told the NCAA, your roster limitation agreement, I'm not good with that. Everything else in the agreement, I'm good with. But asking teams to cut their roster sizes down immediately and right now, I'm not good with. Because effectively, you're going to have a bunch of kids on scholarship who are going to be told you don't play here anymore, and you have not provided them with an opportunity to play anywhere else. Basically, she said, you're taking a bunch of spots away from kids, and then with the same regulation saying, but OBTWs, you can't go play anywhere else. Like, you're just done. Claudia Wilkins said, that's not good enough. Back to the drawing board and figure that out. So we are probably now 14 days away. Basically, and this is not the water cooler cheat sheet item. It's setting up the item. I'm coming to that. But basically, Claudia Wilkins told the NCAA, you have 14 days from yesterday. You have 14 days to figure this out, to get an agreement in place about roster size limitation that the plaintiff or the defendants are good with. The plaintiffs are good with in this case. And if you do not do that, this House settlement is going to trial. And it is widely assumed by those in the know who have been following this story that if the NCAA goes to trial, they are going to lose every single aspect of this case. They have got to get it done. Now, it is expected that they will. And it is expected that within the next 13 days, if not 13 days from now, the House settlement will be reached. And of course, that leads to revenue sharing between the schools and the players. NIL will shift to a revenue sharing model. That is to say, the schools will take X percent of their profit up to, I believe, $22 million a year and will distribute it amongst scholar athletes. How about this story out of the University of Kentucky? Yesterday, Kentucky announced that today they will ask their board of trustees to approve a plan that will convert the entire University of Kentucky athletic department to an LLC, a limited liability company, a move the school says will position it to adapt to the new climate of collegiate sports. The name of the school's proposed limited liability company would be, quote, Champions Blue. And if it is established, Kentucky proponents say it would allow them to create a public-private partnership and raise funds and handle expenses as collegiate sports shift into their new era, assuming the House settlement is approved and schools are allowed to revenue share with athletes in the years ahead. That according to a statement from the school. A board composed of business and professional sports experts will advise athletic director Mitch Barnhart and school president Eli Capilouto under the proposed model, which the school is calling one of the first in Division I sports. Capilouto said, quote, we believe this is an innovative approach, a new structure and governance model that thoughtfully contemplates how we strengthen athletics, protect and promote the university, and open up new opportunities for growth. It's a foundation and model that we are calling Champions Blue. Athletics and its success have always been the result of an incredible and productive partnership with campus. It will continue to be in the future if we seize the opportunities in front of us to meet the challenges that lie ahead. Lonzo, for years, has been saying we call or should call the athletes employees if this is the model that we are undergoing. If Kentucky gets its way, if Kentucky gets its way, an athletic department becomes an LLC, a company or a business. At that point, I think we would have to say employees are now, or athletes are now employees. They are also students, but now they are no longer student athletes. They are now student athlete employees. They would almost have to be certified that way, but that's what the House settlement sets up. No one else so far, at least not at the power level, has done this. I would not be shocked to see schools following suit. So we will deep dive this a little later in the show, but when we come back, let's take a look at the biggest moves from last night's draft. The biggest picks, the biggest trades, what the teams in the NFC South that are direct rivals of the Panthers did. In the final segment of this show, we'll take a look at the Panthers' number 8 overall selection of T-Mac, Tejeroa McMillan out of Arizona, how he fits into the franchise, etc. In the third hour of the show, we're going to get into everything we have not gotten about because we're talking NFL draft. It's Alonzo, it's Rob, it's you, it's the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Alex, welcome, big dog. Yeah, I mean, we were kind of like making a joke of the situation, but also I wasn't. Like, it was funny, and I turned it into a joke. But I also said on the show yesterday, there was a part of me that's like, is this a leak? Turns out, maybe it was a little bit. Because they don't make a trade, and certainly a trade back into the first round like that, if Jay Dart was not their guy.
Where they went. Good idea, kid. I don't know why we didn't think of that. Let's do it.
I mean, he did want Jaden Daniels. All right, give me 30 seconds, dudes and dudettes. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Brian, I said it earlier. I'm about to talk about some of the first round picks. What I think about it is they had their pick in before Ted McMillan even had his hat on. They had conviction in the pick, which, I guess I'll just have to wait and see. I don't love it. Join us on our live stream. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, The Fan Upstate on Twitter, The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. Search, subscribe, and put us on whatever screen you happen to be around. You can watch it on your phone. You can watch it on your smart TV. You can watch it on your computer at work.
America.
Tell IT you want a second monitor. Tell them it'll make you a more productive employee. And then use that second monitor to join Lonzo and I every single morning for all 4 hours of the radio program on our live stream. So let's talk about some of the biggest moves and shakes that took place last night in the first round of the NFL draft. We talked a little bit about it back in the first hour of the show, so we won't spend a time on it. But the first big thing we saw last night, Cam Ward off the board at number one. We all saw that one coming. That was almost a guarantee going into last night. The Jacksonville Jaguars take a big swing. They decide to trade up with the Cleveland Browns. They jump up from number 5 to number 2 to bring Travis Hunter. James Gladstone, their GM, said this.
I probably got some familiarity with the them picks sort of process. So for our fans, I'll tell you, don't be scared. This is something I'm uniquely positioned to navigate. And we ended up bringing Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. And with that, he is somebody who is deserving of a first-round draft pick as a wide receiver, and he is worthy of a first-round draft pick as a corner. Certainly look forward to each of those elements showing themselves over the next few years while he's under his rookie contract. But, we're excited about just getting him in the boat, so to speak.
Look, this is it for me.
Got him in the boat.
Got him in the boat, baby. Travis Hunter is a boomer bust player, right? Like, I guess there is a world where Travis Hunter's a pretty good wide receiver. But it feels to me like Travis Hunter is either going to be everything that the Travis Hunter proponents say he's going to be, or he's going to be everything that the Travis Hunter haters say he's going to be. The proponents say he's going to be one of the best football. He's modern day Deion. He's going to play both ways. He's got an opportunity to be a Pro Bowl on both sides of the football, whatever. And then the Travis Hunter haters are going to say, he played for Colorado. He had great numbers because the offense was effectively set up to be Travis to Shador, Shador to Travis, nothing else. And look at the record of the Buffaloes. Winning record in a ball game, won in whatever it is against Pac-12 opponents, right? They beat up on the low-level teams they played. They did not beat up on the high-level teams they played. He's overrated. I lean towards, honestly, I think Travis Hunter is going to be a pretty damn good NFL player. But that audio clip from new general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars, James Gladstone, when I say young cat, what is he, 32, I believe? Their new general manager. I think 3 or 4 years from now, that clip is going to be one of two things. That clip is either going to be a clip where the Jags, with their multi-time Pro Bowler Trevor Lawrence, are going to say that was the moment that James Gladstone made this team, or they're going to look and they're going to go, that was the moment where James Gladstone tanked us for another 5 years and gave away 2 first-rounders and a couple of mid-rounders to go get a very average football player. We'll find out. I don't have an issue with the move. I don't. This is the year that Trevor Lawrence makes or breaks as a Jaguars quarterback. So go get the best weapon in the draft. And to me, Travis Hunter was the best wide receiver in this class. Travis Hunter was the best wide receiver in this class. You went and you got the best playmaker in this class. We're going to find out. I'm not mad at it for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Abdul Carter third to the New York Football Giants, who would then trade back into the first round. The Giants would go back on the clock at number 25 and grab Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. Was texting back and forth with token New York Giants fan, buddy of the show, Chris Lewis, last night. And the conversation was basically an extension of what I said on the air yesterday when we were having the Jackson Dart v. Shedeur Sanders discussion. The conversation was, if Jackson Dart reaches full potential, Jackson Dart will be a better NFL quarterback than if Shedeur Sanders reaches his full NFL potential. However, if Jackson Dart does not reach his full potential, Jackson Dart could be a worse NFL quarterback than Shedeur Sanders if Shedeur does not reach his full potential. Jackson Dart can be a better good NFL quarterback than Shedeur Sanders, but he could also be a worse bad NFL quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. And we're just going to have to wait to see which one he's developed into. I don't have an issue with the pick. I did not have an issue, and I did say this yesterday on the show. I did not have an issue with the folks who had Jackson Dart above Shedeur Sanders on their draft board. I think it is a higher risk, higher reward scenario. I think with the athleticism of Shedeur Sanders, you can utilize his legs to simplify the offense around him and give him a better chance to play longer. With Jackson Dart, who is a mobile quarterback, let's not pretend he's not, but with Jackson Dart, his arm's going to be the determining factor. If he gets it, I think the dude can be great. If he doesn't get it, it's going to be a bust. I like what the Giants did here. I like that they did not take a huge swing to get him at number 3. They got the best, in my opinion, best player on the draft board in Abdul Carter. They added him to an already very good front seven with Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau on it. I think the Giants had a good first round. I like that move. I like the pick at 3. I like the trade up to 25. Will Campbell to LSU felt like a gimme. Cleveland going Mason Graham at 5. I'm actually good with it. And there was one question that I asked coming into this draft. It's something we talked about dating back to the day after the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Will we see a Howie Roseman impact? Will we see a shift in NFL draft philosophy because of Howie Roseman? Individually, Howie Roseman. Will we see teams start to add emphasis on drafting from the middle out? Get young, big, powerful, explosive linemen, and then add talent elsewhere via free agency and getting veteran players. Well, let's look at that, shall we? Pick number 3 was an edge rusher. Number 4 was an offensive tackle. Number 5 was a defensive tackle. Number 7, an offensive tackle. Number 9, an offensive tackle. 10, a tight end. 11, an edge rusher. 12, an offensive guard. 13, a defensive tackle. 14, a tight end. 16, a defensive tackle. 17, an edge rusher. 18, a guard. Defensive tackle at 21. Offensive guard at 24. Edge rusher at 26. Defensive tackle at 28. Offensive tackle at 29. And offensive tackle at 32. I didn't keep up with how many that was, but it's at least half of the first round was edge, defensive tackle, offensive lineman.
Some people could look at this and go, well, that just shows you there's not enough receivers and quarterbacks and all those kind of guys. So they decided to go the other way and get it's not a real heavy draft on the other kind of players. It is for offensive and defensive linemen.
I think that is absolutely part of it. And again, my take yesterday on this class was, I think you've got a handful of blue chip prospects, if I can use that term. I don't know if Cam Ward was one. I think Travis Hunter was one. I think Abdul Carter was one. I think Will Campbell was one. I think Ashton Jeanty was one. I think Armand Membu was one. And outside of that, maybe Tyler Warren was one at tight end. Maybe Tyler Warren was one. I thought this year was a class that has a very shallow top tier pool and a very deep B tier pool, second group guys that, in a lot of years we would say were guys that you start looking at 14 moving back. This year, I think you had to start looking at them at like 6, 7 and moving back. I thought it was very deep at regular guys. I think it's a very good offensive and defensive line class. I also think, and again, of course I'm going to because I'm me, but I also do think I called the shot, which is you're going to see an added emphasis on drafting linemen from now on. Like moving forward, I think Howie Roseman by himself as a general manager for Philly, by winning this year's Super Bowl, by going for two out of the last 3 and having only Mahomes stand between him and winning 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls, I think you're going to see an added emphasis on drafting linemen moving forward, and I think it started last night. Mason Graham to Cleveland, I honestly don't have a problem with it. I think Mason Graham was the best interior defensive lineman in this draft. And if you're going to start, if you are Cleveland, if you are going to start trying to rebuild this franchise, do it the Roseman way by drafting inside out. And that's what they did. Janty at 6, Membo at 7, no shocks there. Tet McMillan at 8 to the Panthers. We're going to talk about him coming up in the next segment. Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle from Texas. I popped off last night. I'm not going to lie. I may have knee-jerk reactioned a little bit last night. The Saints were convicted in this pick. The Saints they had their pick in before Tet McMillan had his Carolina Panther hat on. That pick was in. They were convicted. They think he's the best guy. Really good offensive lineman out of Texas, which is known for having big, real offensive linemen out there. Corn-fed, beef-fed boys. Was that the right pick? I don't know. But I'm going to give Kellen Moore the benefit of the doubt. It's year number 1. He has not coached the game as a head coach. I'm going to give him a shot. We'll find out. We'll talk some more about some of the big moves when we come back. Speaking of Kevin, my dog Kev hanging on the line. Kevin, you are first up coming out of the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk about T-Mac and the rest of the Carolina Panthers' upcoming moves when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Travis Hunter ND was having a good time last night.
I haven't even listened to see what the song was.
He was, and I'm going to use this term not lightly, boogieing. All right, guys, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's Rob Brown. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you're not, I don't know why you're here, but I am glad that you are. Hey, do us a favor. Whether you're enjoying it or not, would you mind sharing us around your social media, please? And thank you, Twitter, X, whatever you call it. I don't care. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, it doesn't matter to me. Help us get the good word out. We're trying to get famous and rich, and we can't do it without your help. So, The Rob Brown Show is on all social media, or share the YouTube channel, the Facebook page, wherever you're watching this, and we'd appreciate it very much. Now, let's get back to the show. Stick around. What is up? I mean, she's not wrong. She just did.
Yeah.
Can you say nuts on the radio?
First of all, I've never heard that said before.
I haven't either. I've always said stones, rocks, boulders, whatever.
Sure, you can say nuts, walnuts.
Yeah. But can you say nuts that way? You say you are nuts. That guy's
I'm
nuts.
still trying to figure it out.
72, it's QC Kinetics.
There's the bear part. Should be bear like naked.
I don't know.
You said boo, and I think bear. There's a boo-boo bear. I don't know. I don't think they do either. I think they're conflicted on their idea of having her in.
Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds.
Hey, look, we're back.
We is.
There's a whole conversation goes on in the screen.
But what makes them different is the technology
Of what?
inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoe bone that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes. You don't have to bend down and struggle to put them on or touch them. Find them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
It's your weekly O'Reilly Auto Parts checkup. Have a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on your dash? Get an O'Reilly.
Oh, I can't hear that.
This free service provides a report with solutions verified.
That's weird.
Certified master technicians. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
I love this song. I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign,
I can't hear any audio on that. I wanted to hear what that said. I mean, what music they were playing. Now I'm curious to see if any audio is working.
Speaker format and played it.
No, I want to. Now I'm worried this thing ain't working. Now I'm trying to find safe audio to play, and I can't find any. Oh well.
Make the Fan Upstate a favorite.
With the number 8 selection in the 2025 National Football League Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan, wide receiver from Arizona. Let's talk a little bit about the kid. Let's talk a little bit about where he fits in, and we will right after we talk to Kevin. Going ham at 7:39 a.m. Kev, welcome back to the show, big fella. How we doing?
Oh man, I'm doing great.
I'm glad to hear it.
Listen, for all these, for half of this draft last night to be linemen, that just makes me happy. Like I'm smiling ear to ear now for them boys, man. But to start from the inside, that lets other team know we got what we want. We just need to get these boys beat up front so we can. Cause we got a running back. Cause you got your running back that's okay, running back they can run, hit the holes, go where they need to go. Then you got your superstars that do what they do. But I feel like some of these teams got what they need. They just need some linemen, man, to be able to hold this up. Playoff time comes, that's when them linemen make their money, man.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. And again, like my theory, post the Eagles winning the Super Bowl and the realization, like it's a very interesting team because for a team that's gone to 2 of the last 3, won one of those, like the Eagles just after this Super Bowl win, beating Mahomes, dominating the Chiefs, just started getting talked about as a model franchise, right? Like a franchise that you look and you go, how do we steal what they're doing? How do we emulate what they are doing? And my theory, Kev, I don't know how much you've heard me say it, if at all, but my theory coming into this draft was I think you're going to see teams start to emulate the Eagles methodology or the Howie Roseman methodology of if we're going to draft, let's draft beef. Let's draft dudes up front, offensive line, defensive line, and then we'll go find the A.J. Browns. We'll go get the Gardner Johnsons for defensive back. We'll go find vets that we know we can plug and play. Let's get beef and develop linemen into our system from the beginning. Because I'll tell you, like as a Saints fan, we've drafted a bunch of linemen over the years, but it's been one-off guys, right? We'll get a first-round tackle and then just nothing else across the line after that. And so we've got like a hodgepodge, whereas the Eagles bring in 2 or 3 of these guys a year, and there's always that core. I think we saw that last night as an NFL philosophy, not a team philosophy, as the NFL starting to go, maybe Howie Roseman's on to something here.
Yeah, listen, man, you got to start in there because you got a quarterback, but he always on his back. We ain't getting nowhere. We are not getting anywhere. We got to, every time he dropped back, he got people in his face every time. No, we got to fix that. So beefing it up, and then like I say, Philly started this thing with the D-line they got and how they won that Super Bowl with just the D-line. Like, you got to start finding, you got to start biting some of that and getting some of that on these other NFL teams, man, because if not, you're going to keep listening. These good quarterbacks going to pick you apart. But when I can get 4 to you and I can sit back, oh, man, like, you made that coach's job like he's been doing this all his life, and it's just like his second hand to him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you give your quarterback time to throw and you don't give theirs time to throw, you're going to win more games than you lose. And again, like, you can look at any of the teams, Kev, that have been consistently successful. You look at Kansas City. The 2 Super Bowls Kansas City has lost under Mahomes, both of them, and I think Lonzo would agree with this, have been because the offensive line was either injured, blown up, or just not good enough. When I look at the Eagles, 2 years ago, when they lost the Super Bowl, that was the year that the Chiefs had a damn good offensive and defensive line, and theirs was dinged up. This year is both sides of the line very healthy. The Eagles dominate the Chiefs. And any of the other teams, like I look at the Buffalo Bills. They got to me, Josh Allen should have a Lombardi, maybe 2. But the reason Allen doesn't is because Josh Allen's running for his life as much as he's got time to sit back there and be a playmaker. This is why I've been looking at the Bills going, get some damn linemen out front of this cat and watch what happens.
I said that a lot about Buffalo, man, because in the playoffs, all this 5 wide, making your quarterback be the best, that's not going to work. Somebody's got to run that ball, and somebody's got to run this clock out if we up 10-14 in the fourth quarter. They can't do it, and they're not going to go until they do it.
Yeah, that's it. Kevin, great call, brother. Good to talk to you. Appreciate you checking in. There are some elements of football that are very simple. And I'm trying, it was Kellen Moore. It was the Saints' new head coach a couple of days ago when they were talking about what the Saints are going to do with their pick at number 9. And Kellen Moore said, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm very close. Kellen Moore said, the end of the day, you got to block, you got to run, you got to tackle, you got to be very good at the line of scrimmage. Some things about football just aren't very complicated. And this is one of them. You got to block, you got to run, you got to tackle. Like, at the core of football are those 3 concepts. You can complicate it as much as you want after that. You can have an Andy Reid caliber playbook where it's just absolute chaos and shenanigans everywhere. But at the end of the day, the Kansas City Chiefs have been very good at blocking, running, and tackling. Well, if you got those 3 things down, you got a very good chance of being a very good football team. And that's why I've said, I think the Roseman philosophy is about to become the NFL philosophy, and it's probably going to be that way for a while. All right, let's talk about Teteroa McMillan, the first-round pick of the Carolina Panthers last night, coming in from Arizona. I am okay. I'm okay with the pick. I don't love it. There's a lot to like about McMillan.
So I guess, again, I'm just anti you. I was very excited about this pick. And even when we were talking to Rashad, we were talking about getting another receiver to go to be opposite of Xavier Legette. And even, I don't know if it's last week, you mentioned this guy's name. It's the first time I ever heard of him. You were talking about him favorably.
I like Tet McMillan.
Yeah. Sorry,
T-Mac.
So I am pretty excited about this because they have other draft picks and they got time to take care of the defense. So let me ask you this question. So if this was the only offensive pick that they make and they go defense the rest of the way, and we've talked about how deep this draft is with defensive players, then was it a bad pick? Is it only a bad pick because you think and others think they should have went defense first?
Let me start with, I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I'm saying I don't love it, right? I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I'm saying I don't love it. Part of the reason is who they passed on. Because Jalen Walker is a dude that I love. I think he is. I think he's going to be a very good NFL player. And yes, the Panthers have a lot of need. The Panthers' biggest need to me was the ability to get to the quarterback. They just have not been able to do that. And yes, they've been banged up by injuries. Not having Derek Brown as your stalwart in the middle was a big pain, no doubt about it.
But he's going to be back.
He is going to be back. But he's also a defensive tackle and a run stuffer, not a pass rusher. The reason that it's a bad deal is because without Derek Brown in the middle, offensive lines have been free to scheme a little bit more against the Panther pass rush elsewhere. With Derek Brown in there, that's a must double team.
Panthers have 8 more picks.
Again.
So 8 more picks. If they go defense with all 8 picks, will it make this pick feel better?
No, it will not, because you're not picking Jalen Walker with any more of those 8 picks. Like, I will acknowledge, this is a spot to me where I do not dislike the pick. Can I start with that? I try to make my position a little more clear.
Because the fact that you have to keep clarifying means even while you're saying it, you think maybe it comes across that way.
Let me put it into, let me do as we always do and put it into a food analogy. This pick was vanilla ice cream when Rocky Road was available. Or insert your favorite ice cream flavor here. Mint chocolate chip.
Rocky Road's pretty good.
Rocky Road's yes. If I go over to someone's house and they go, here you go, Rob, big old bowl of vanilla ice cream with chocolate syrup on top. I'm going to go, sweet. I like this. But if I go to somebody's house and they go, here you go, Rob, here is a big old bowl of homemade, churned Rocky Road with fresh chocolate chips ice cream, I'm going to go,
it's not churned. You got to do the dial thing. Churning's butter.
Is this not churning though?
No.
When it's churning, I don't think the act is churning, or I don't think the motion is the churn. I think it's what's happening. I think
no. Ice cream is cranking.
Lonzo loves to go home and crank his ice cream.
And butter is churning.
Okay. Whatever you do to ice cream. If somebody says, here's some home, whatever it is, Rocky Road, I'm going to be more excited about that than I am if they hand me a bowl of vanilla with chocolate syrup. I like vanilla with chocolate syrup. That's fine. But it ain't Rocky Road. Rocky Road was on the table and you handed me a bowl of vanilla. I'm not ungrateful. I like it. It just ain't what I wanted. Okay? And I will acknowledge that this is just my subjective here. For a team that struggles defensively, yeah, you get Derek Brown back, but you're talking to me about a defensive tackle. It's good run stuff. You're going to be better against the run, no doubt. I needed somebody who was going to decrease the average amount of time a quarterback has to throw against the Panthers' defensive backfield, and that to me was Jalen Walker. This dude is a versatile, explosive edge rusher. I can line him up as a DN, as an outside backer, as an inside backer in a 3-4. He's a utility guy that I thought was a chef's kiss of a fit for the Panther defense.
Teteroa, is he the number 1 receiver now on the Panthers?
Yes.
Okay. So you got a number 1 receiver.
Yes.
And you've got 8 more picks to find defensive guys to get in there to help.
He's the number 1 wide receiver. Doesn't mean he's a guy that I'm going, that was worth the number 8 pick. I don't think he's there yet. Like he's not an explosive wide receiver. You already have.
But we don't know that Travis Hunter is going to translate to the NFL.
I don't disagree. But if you put those two guys on film next to each other, Travis Hunter's better. He's just better.
True,
right?
In college for sure.
So, with that being said, the concerns I have about Ted, he's not wildly explosive. He's a jump ball guy. And I will acknowledge the one thing I do love about him, he turns 50-50 balls into 70-30 balls. If it's a jump ball with T-Mac, because he asked not for Tet, and I'll respect his wishes.
It's definitely going to be a ball ascending. I'm just saying. It's not
can't escape, even when we're not talking about him. If you throw a jump ball to T-Mac, he turns 50-50 balls into 70-30 balls. For me, that's actually good for Bryce Young. It is, because it means that BY can have a little more trust in the old bleep it, T-Mac's down there somewhere offense. And sometimes that's a good thing, even for a great NFL quarterback, the ability to go, I don't have any guys that I really like open down there, so I'm going to go to the guy that I can throw it. It's like Calvin Johnson. I don't really need him to be open. I need him to be in a favorable matchup. And if Dave Canales can scheme T-Mac into getting one-on-one with a bunch of 5'11 corners, That's value. But he doesn't explode out of breaks. He doesn't explode off the ball. He is, to me, subjectively speaking, he is, to me, a very good number 2 receiver. And to me, I don't want to spend the 8th overall pick on a number 2 receiver when I have to pass a guy like Jalen Walker, who I think is a guy I would grade as a top 5 pick in a lot of NFL drafts in order to get him. I don't think outside of Travis Hunter, there's a wide receiver in this draft that I would have selected above like 14, 15. And that includes for the Panthers at 8. I may be wrong. I hope I am. I hope a year from now, when we're going to the next class, I go, I'm not going to say a damn word about what the Panthers should do in the draft because I was not a big fan. I'm not a fan. I'm just not a big fan of the Tet pick. And would you look at that? Tet turns out, T-Mac turns out to be a dog. My bad, Daniel Morgan. That's on me.
I mean, we may actually have the opportunity to interview this
hoping.
kid.
It won't be a training camp.
That's for sure. But he's going to find out that you kept calling him the name that he doesn't want to be called and be like,
listen,
hey, you know what? I was going to, but no.
Okay, in fairness, we have spent 4 months referring to him as Tet, and I found out last night that he doesn't like that. Okay? Last night I found that out. So it's going to take me a minute. I still call them the San Diego Chargers. It's going to take me a minute. But with that being said, not an explosive accelerator, is a good comeback against the zone guy. Man, against the man defense, good hands to separate, good jump ball guy, not a guy that I feel like you can throw a ton of expectant balls into man-to-man coverage. He's going to be covered up a bit. It's going to take some time to get out of that. I like T-Mac as a pick here. I do not love it. I honestly, if you wanted T-Mac, that's where that trade back would have come in for me. I would have traded back from 8. If you wanted T-Mac, I think now, maybe the offer just never came in that you're like, okay, that's worth it to move out of this spot. Like, you got a value on T-Mac. You got a value on what you were looking for to trade back. Maybe they didn't. But we do know Dan Morgan was fielding calls, or he's lying, right? He said last night, we were fielding calls. We didn't get an offer that we thought was worth moving off of the player that we liked at number 8. All right, I'm going to trust Dan Morgan here. I'm going to say, it's your team. I'm going to trust you on this. I liked Jalen Walker more than I liked T-Mac at this spot. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he turns out to be a dude. A lot of people popping off last night saying, this guy's underappreciated. He's going to be better than you think he's going to be. I hope they're right. I really wanted Jalen Walker or a trade back and go get T-Mac at 12, 13, 14 if you got that call. Maybe they didn't get that call. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll find out. And we'll talk more about this later on the show. Steven said, Zoe, it is churning ice cream. FYI, the machine is literally called an ice cream churn.
All right. I looked it up and you can do it either way. And
what's the other way?
Cranking it. So, Rob.
We just got Lonzo to say cranking it on the air.
When I get in the car, I turn on my music and I crank it. I'm curious. Have you ever seen, when you think churning, do you think up and down or do you think rotate?
I mean, like the default action is up and down.
Right. And so when I'm looking up churning ice cream, it's a rotating. It's not up and down. My understanding of churning has always been up and down. So,
Lonzo
you can call it both. You know what you should do? You should turn on this station. Well, if you're only watching on the stream, and crank it. That's what you should do.
Sports Flash.
So immature, I swear. A 3-game series against NC State started with a 14-4 loss for the number 2 Clemson baseball team. Aiden Knack was tagged for 11 hits and 8 earned runs. Across 4 innings, Clemson hitters recorded 7 hits, but left 8 runners on base, while the Wolfpack racked up 19 hits and a dozen RBIs. The Greenville Drive struck back last night, taking Game 3 of the series against the Hub City Spartanburgers 6-3. Drive starter Hayden Mullins surrendered just 1 hit through the first 4 innings, including retiring 12 straight Spartanburger batters. Trio of NBA playoff games last night. The Knicks won a close contest against the Pistons, 118-116. The Thunder put down the Grizzlies 114-108 and completed the largest comeback in NBA history. And finally, the Clippers dominated the Nuggets 117-83. Kawhi Leonard had 21, and James Harden had 20 for the Clippers. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show coming up.
It's been years in the making, and now Greenville is home to the most epic comic and game store around. Borderlands Comics and Games. Reimagined, bigger and better than before.
Here's the thing about the Panthers, and I'm going to continue to say this. I think historically they've done pretty good drafting. Now, coaching and other things factor in, but I mean, you can bring in a great player, and if they're not coached or used correctly, they're not going to do well. And there's only a few franchises where you can go, okay, they drafted them, I'm good with it. They know what they're doing.
Absolutely can't leave the project. We can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. Need help?
It's a definition I was unaware of, Stephen, which makes me ignorant of how it is supposedly worded. But in my mind, if it's turned, it's not churned. That's all I'm saying. Court is adjourned.
Definition of churn. The noun is a machine or container in which butter or cream is, butter is made by agitating milk or cream. So that does not define it as ice cream. However, there are pictures of sideways churns. Verb, with reference to liquid, move or cause to move about vigorously.
So when you put your straw in your drink and you do this,
there's also one
churning.
There's also one that has it's old. I don't know if it's like a pedal or what, but it's a barrel with joints on the side, and it rolls it over like this.
To me, that's not churning.
That's a barrel roll.
That's cranking.
Churn it. That's not cranking. That's
it is
spinning, if anything.
Well, yeah, which is the same thing as cranking.
The Rob Brown Show on your radio, hour number 3 starts now. I want the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you who sent me cranking it jokes during the break to recognize that I love and appreciate you more. I'm not going to read them because I feel like I have tiptoed right up to the line of where it's appropriate. But I need you to know, as much as I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you for having the same 14-year-old sense of humor that I do.
It is Friday. I don't know if you knew that.
It is Friday here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Coming up in the next segment, I'm actually pretty excited because we have a very special guest making his Rob Brown Show debut here on the show. Nate Garner is the new head coach at North Greenville. He is going to join the show. A young man with a 7-year NFL career. Spent some time down with the Dolphins, Miami Dolphins.
Or he
Miami
was
Dolphins
after
number
hearing
one.
all the cranking and churning. Maybe not.
I don't know. I got to talk to him for a couple of minutes on Tuesday, and dude, he's cool. You're gonna like him. He's cool. He's a dude. I'm excited to talk to Nate Gardner. He'll be joining us in the next segment of the radio broadcast. The North Greenville spring game is coming up this Saturday. We will tell you about that. We'll talk a little bit about Nate and his debut year with the North Greenville football team. Look forward to chatting with him coming up in the next segment of the radio program. Now, we keep talking NFL draft round number 1. The Hub City Spartanburgers text line is 844-326-3663. 844-FANFON. You can send us a text to that number, and if you do, we will read it on the air. What was your biggest surprise or most disappointing moment from last night's round number 1, or your best moment? I guess we can do positive stuff on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. It's up to you. What was your biggest surprise, best or worst moment from last night's first round of the NFL draft? I've got a few of them. Jacksonville moving up to get Travis Hunter was my biggest surprise. I kind of figured Jacksonville was going to go offense. There was all of the talk in the wind that they were looking at Ashton Jeanty at number 5. They instead decided to trade up to number 2 to go get Travis Hunter. I'm good with this move, to be honest with you, because I do think that Travis Hunter is the most unique and explosive offensive player in this draft. Travis Hunter could very well turn out to be a disappointment. Travis Hunter could also turn out to be a crown jewel, a face of the league, like an absolute dog for this team. And my one request for the Jacksonville Jaguars coming into this draft was get Trevor Lawrence all the help you can get. Why? Because, again, I think that by and large, I think this team has failed Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing Trevor Lawrence is going to be a dude. I'm not. I'm saying I don't think he's been given a chance to be a dude yet. I do not think he has been given the best chance to succeed that Jacksonville could have given him. And I think he is on the metaphorical hot seat this go round. And if you're going to have him on the metaphorical hot seat, I think it is only fair you give him the most help that you can possibly give him. Well, short of building an offensive line, I think this is the most help you could have gotten him in round 1. I do not think that there was another wide receiver in this group that is going to bring to the table what Travis Hunter may bring to the table if he is a guy like the Travis Hunter apologists say that he is. I do not use apologist negatively in this light. I do think Jacksonville goes offensive line the rest of the draft. I do think they try to find their guy later on in the draft, their guys across the O-line. I think they use the rest of this draft to build a wall. I did not think that Ashton Jeanty was the right pick for Jacksonville at number 5. And the more I thought about this last night, if Ashton Jeanty wasn't the pick at 5, I don't think there was anyone else at 5 that would have made sense. Like Travis Hunter wasn't falling to 5. It was either Cleveland's taking him or somebody else is trading up to get him. So at the cost of next year's first round draft pick, which if I'm Jacksonville, I'm not worried about it because the AFC South is winnable. It's winnable. If you work under the assumption, listen, you got 2 different years from CJ Stroud. You got his rookie season in which he looked real good, and you get his sophomore season, which he did not look as good. Didn't look bad, but didn't look as good. Didn't look as dominant. So if I'm Jacksonville, I'm approaching this division as a winnable division this year. And if it's a winnable division this year, let's go get the most explosive guy in the draft. And the most explosive guys in this draft offensively were either Travis Hunter at 2, Ashton Jeanty at 5, or Tyler Warren at 5. Tyler Warren ended up falling to 14. Ended up being the second tight end off the board as Colston Loveland came off the board to the Bears at number 10. Which, by the way, did the Bears forget Cole Kmet's on that roster? I didn't get that pick. But Bears country seemed to be in love with this guy. Like he's according to them, Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, classic Midwest Big Ten dude, right? They were telling the story last night. Apparently, he grew up in a town with a population of like 254 people. Just a classic corn-fed, big old Midwestern boy who happens to be good at elevating, finding, and catching the football. So, all right, cool. I don't think he or Tyler Warren is like 5th overall to the Jags and then feel like that is going to make a huge difference pick. So the more I thought about it last night, the more I've thought about it this morning, I'm actually pretty good with the Jags moving up. Because if Trav turns into the guy that they were trying to sell him as last night, the Jags gave away 2 firsts to go get the most explosive player in this draft. Most teams do that. I don't have a problem with it.
As someone who's not a Jacksonville fan, not for the reasons that people think, just never been a Jacksonville fan, I'm going to tune in to watch to see what he does.
100%.
Because he is the most exciting guy in this draft. And can he do what he says he can do?
Yeah.
And I believe he can, and I want to see him do it.
I think Travis Hunter, by going to Jacksonville, number one, he's locked in as a wide receiver first. Primary, right? I'm not saying he's not going to get any defensive snaps. Again, I've told you how to handle it. Travis Hunter, if I'm making him an offensive player, and I think the Jags are, Travis Hunter is getting primarily offensive snaps. He is playing every snap at wide receiver. And then I'll put him in there as a cornerback in dime. I'm not putting him out there every play. Now, if Travis Hunter goes out there and in the preseason, he is just a lockdown cornerback. Maybe he gets more than the 10 to 12 defensive snaps a game that I right now have him penciled in for. If he in camp is just clearly the best DB on the roster, then maybe I'm pulling him off the field for a handful of wide receiver snaps, right? Like he's still going to be probably wide receiver 1 coming into the year. And I think that speaks as much to the talent that the Jags have as it does anything else. If he is clearly both the number 1 wide receiver and defensive back, maybe I'm taking him off the field for a handful. You got Brian Thomas Jr., kid out of LSU from last year's draft, who I said a number of times, that was my favorite pick from last year's draft was Brian Thomas Jr. Because if Malik Neighbors didn't play for LSU, Brian Thomas Jr. would have been the first wide receiver off the board, and it would have been close. Brian Thomas Jr. was the second best receiver in the class. The only thing that hurt him was the fact that he was on the same team as the best receiver in the class, Malik Neighbors. I love that pick. After him, Gabe Davis, De'Ami Brown. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Travis Hunter is no worse than the second best wide receiver on this roster today. And again, that speaks to me to what Trevor Lawrence has been given, or should I say not been given to work with in Jacksonville. He is already the second best wide receiver on that roster. And if that is the case, then to me, he's getting a lot of snaps at wide receiver. Maybe I have a handful of packages that do not include Travis Hunter, so I can put him on the field more in a DB role. I would say I'm looking at Travis Hunter. If I'm getting 60 offensive snaps in a game, 50 to 60 offensive snaps in a game, and I'm getting 50 to 60 defensive snaps in a game. So let's say I'm getting, 120 snaps in a game with both sides of the football combined. I want Travis Hunter out there for a maximum of 70 to 80 snaps, which means I'm probably doing like 50 on the offensive ball, 20 on the defensive side, primarily on their number 1 wide receiver when they are in an obvious passing situation only. That's where I'm using the guy. And then the dime packages. Whenever I'm going 5 DBs, I'll put them out there. And then a handful of traditional base packages on their number one when it's an obvious passing down. But again, obvious passing downs, I'm going dime anyway. So that's kind of the breakdown for me. That was probably my biggest move. I've said a couple of times, I love the Giants trading back up to get Jackson Dart because it was getting to a point with Jackson Dart where I texted Keegan when I was watching us, especially after we got to 21 and the Steelers did not take Shedeur Sanders. Because honestly, I was kind of prepping for the biggest surprise to be the Steelers taking Jackson Dart. And then they passed on both quarterbacks. And when they passed on both quarterbacks, I texted Keegan, fellow Saints fan, and I was like, Saints trade up from the second round to now to go get Jackson Dart. That was my pick. And I don't know this. I'd be willing to bet the Saints got on the phone and the Giants just made the better offer and made it earlier. But I like that move for the Giants. I'll tell you another move I really like. How about the Buccaneers taking Emeka Egbuka at number 19? I like that pick a lot.
Yeah, so do I. Baker Mayfield's going to love having him as one of his receivers.
He is going to love him having. He's going to love having Egbuka as a third wide receiver. But more importantly, you got Evans and Godwin. They are still both very good, but they are both getting up there in age. They both started to accumulate injuries a little bit more. Egbuka's heir to the throne for both of those guys. He can fill in either role.
By the way, Egbuka being number 3 is not unusual for him. If you think about the receiver rooms that he was in while he was at Ohio State. Yeah. So he'll be okay there, and he also will be okay taking over number 1 eventually.
Yeah, I think he's heir to the throne to what has for the past 5-6 years running been quietly, consistently a top 3 wide receiver room every year. Every year. We've talked about all the reasons Brady ended up in Tampa Bay. Right? There was talk about he was talking to who was it, the Dolphins, but then their owner got involved and it made that situation ugly. He was talking to New Orleans, but that was around the time Sean Payton was on his way out, so that kind of threw them off, blah, blah, blah. We talked about the fact that Florida has no income tax and Brady was going to be able to bank more of his money than he would have if he went out to Los Angeles, which was on the table. I'm going to tell you, I don't think it should come as a shock to anybody. I think one of, if not the biggest reason that Tom Brady ended up in Tampa Bay was because Tampa Bay had one of the best wide receiver rooms in football. I think they still do, and they just added to it. A lot of people think, why would you add to your wide receiver room when you already have Evans and Godwin? Guys, they're on the wrong side of 30, and the injuries are racking up. Still both very good. Still an incredible wide receiver room without Emeka Egbuka. But now they've got 2 things. Number 1, they got a guy who is versatile. He can play the 1, the 2, he can play the X, Y, the Z, and more importantly, whenever one of those guys phases out, whether it's due to injury or age down the line, the next guy's in the building. The next guy's in the house. James just checked in on the live stream, said, the Bucs front office is so smart, it's annoying. Could not agree more. Could not agree more. I loved that move. I'll give you another one I really liked. Even though they've got a running back on the roster, Amari and Hampton to the Chargers. I like that a lot. Why? Because let's keep it a buck here. The Chargers showed last year they know how to run the football. They know how to run the football.
It is hardball. It's kind of what we expected when he went there.
It absolutely is. I adore that pick from the Chargers. Adore that pick from the Chargers. So I'm interested to see
why
how that
didn't he
plays
pick an Ohio State running back? I'm just saying.
Why would they?
I don't know.
Why would they?
Why would he skip over them?
Why would they? All right, we got to run to a break, and let me tell you why. Because coming up in the next segment of the show, Nate Garner is the new head coach for the North Greenville football team. He's going to join us as they get set for their spring game tomorrow, taking over for the T-Blazers, baby. Nate Garner's a dude. I'm excited to talk to him. We'll do that in the next segment. Joining us live on the stream. So if you're not there already, Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube or on Twitter, The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, or on Twitch. Join us there. We'll talk to Nate Garner coming up next on The Rob Brown Show in The Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we are going to step away and get Nate set up. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. Bring us back because Coach Gardner on the stream. What's up, big fella? How we doing, brother?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. How y'all doing?
I'm good, man. First off, backwards hat guy, respected immensely. Thanks for normalizing the backwards cap, Coach.
And the background choice. I'm digging the background choice too.
Can't beat that now. And
Love
backwards
it.
hat
Love
all day long. That's what I am.
You an early morning guy? I found most coaches are early morning guys. You an early morning guy?
Oh yeah, I get up about 5:15 every morning.
Okay, you are with us. I like it. I don't like being up that early, but I'm also not a head football coach, so I guess you got to do what you got to do.
Oh yeah, I get up early. I get my kids rolling, take them to school, enjoy that, and then get a chance to get on here with y'all.
You get the pre-morning lift in still?
No, man, my body's deteriorated too much for that, man. I'm wearing out.
I say the same thing, but I didn't play NFL football, so you got that going for you, which is nice. All right, Coach, let's talk some ball. Here we go.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure, a privilege, and honor to welcome to the airwaves of the Fan Upstate, making his Rob Brown Show debut this AM, joining us live on the stream. He is the head football coach for North Greenville University, a young man who was selected by the New York Jets in the 7th round of the 2008 NFL Draft, spent a number of years playing for the Miami Dolphins. Head coach Nate Gardner joining us here on the show. Coach, what's up, big fella? How we doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. I appreciate y'all having me on. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, we're happy to do it, man. Let's start with this, and I said this off the air. I'll say it on it too because I'm a big backwards cap guy. I got benched by my old man in the 1995 Shalimar Little League All-Star game because, like Ken Griffey Jr., I wanted to rock the backwards hat. I got told for years it was unprofessional, Coach. Thank you for helping me normalize the backwards cap as a sign of professionalism.
Oh yeah, anything I can do, man. I love the backwards cap. It's just been my style since I started coaching, honestly.
My man, I love to hear it. Nate Garner, head coach at North Greenville University. Coach, I want to start by giving you the opportunity to kind of introduce yourself to the folks around the GVL that may not be super familiar with you. Your first year here with NGU. Talk to me a little bit about your background, kind of where you came from, how you got into coaching, and the path that led you here to North Greenville.
All right, man. Well, I'm from Arkansas. I got a chance to play at Arkansas Razorbacks in college. Actually, I only had 1 year starting there. So one of my mantras is one great year can change your life. So I had one great year at Arkansas, got the opportunity to get drafted. And it didn't work out with the Jets. They ended up cutting me after camp. Dolphins claimed me off waivers and ended up spending 7 seasons with them where I played all 5 positions on the O-line, a little bit of tight end, dabbled a little bit everywhere, you know. Got done, had a pretty serious head injury, and it took about 3 years to recover from that. And once I got done with that, I ran into the guy who's currently my defensive coordinator at a friend's house. And he's like, "Hey man, why don't you come help me coach my O-line?" And that was at a high school down in South Florida, and shoot, that was back in 2017. And that's where I got my start. And me and him have been buddies ever since. And I told him whenever I got a head job, I was going to hire him. And worked out. I got here in the last 3 years. I've spent at Limestone University as the O-line coach. And the way I got this job, honestly, God had a plan for me. So I was sitting at home scrolling on a website. I saw that Coach Farrington had resigned, and I was like, well, you know what? I might as well just shoot the AD an email. And right when I was about to start typing up the email, my wife goes, "Dinner's ready." So I go in there, sit down, eat dinner with her, start telling her, "Hey, I'm going to send the AD an email." And just talked a little bit about what being a head coach would be like and all that. And finished up dinner, about to go take my bowl, put it in the sink, and my phone buzzes. And it's a buddy of mine that I played at the Dolphins with. And he called me. He goes, "Hey, man, you wouldn't happen to want to be the head coach of a Christian university in South Carolina, would you?" And I was like, "Hey, are you talking about North Greenville?" He goes, "Yeah, how'd you know?" I said, "Well, that's right down the road from my house." He goes, "You live in South Carolina?" So later that night, I ended up on the phone with the AD at North Greenville. We had a good conversation, went through the whole interview process, and they ended up selecting me as the head coach.
Love to hear it. What was for dinner that night?
Oh, man. It was some
Come on, Coach. You know. Don't play with me. You know.
No, my wife made some type of pasta. I don't remember what it was exactly.
I mean, can't go wrong with some pasta. Can't go wrong. Nate Garner, head coach at North Greenville University, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Talk to me a little bit about your experience so far as the head coach. You walk into this role after, and if I recall correctly, kind of an unexpected resignation. You get the job. You've been on the job for a couple of months now. What's it been like so far?
It's been awesome, man. I've really enjoyed it, trying to instill my culture in the guys. I think the guys are buying into me. Getting them to compete a lot this spring. It's been awesome to see them develop and grow, and got a chance to set my staff up pretty well. Got 4 guys total on staff that played in the NFL, counting myself, and we're looking to maybe add 1 more over the break here once we get done with spring ball. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, the guys have really bought into it. They're competing hard. Looking forward to getting them out there for the spring game this weekend.
You mentioned just a second ago that you're working on instilling culture, and you know, I'm a big believer in college football, especially, that there are 3 C's in the new age of college football. Cash has been added, but coaching culture to me have always been kind of the foundation of any great football program. What is Nate Garner's culture, and what is the process by which you get the guys, whether they are players that were already there, new players, recruits that have come on board? What is Nate Garner's culture, and how do you go about, what is the process to get that instilled in the program?
All right, well, I'll start with our saying. Our saying is alpha, man. It means aggressive, loyal, humble, prepared, and armored by the Lord of God, by the word of God. Sorry. So we go with alpha there, and then just a mindset, right? We want to be that alpha mindset, that dominant mindset, right? That's something we talk about every time we break it down. We do it on Dominate, man. Going out there to compete and dominate everything we do, and that's from the classroom, off the field, on the field, man. We're dominating the day. And then the way I get them to buy into me and what I'm doing is I'm honest. I'm honest with them up front, open about everything that we're doing. Like, and that's something I don't know if a lot of coaches do, but I'll be open with y'all about this too. I told the kids from day one, hey, I don't care what scholarship y'all have had in the past, even if you're on nothing. Everyone is at 0 right now. You're going out and competing to earn that scholarship money going forward. That's what spring ball is all about. These guys have done a great job going out there, and I think it gave them a little bit more of a fire, you know, to go out there and work harder this spring and prove themselves, especially for some of those guys that might not have been on $1 that have earned something now. So it's pretty awesome to be able to do that and to get them to buy into what we're doing. And the whole goal this year is just to compete at the highest level.
One of the things that I love, Coach, about college football at the level you're coaching at is if you're a fan who have said, I love football. I like when kids love the game. I like when there's a passion for the game. When we're watching NIL and the transfer portal and all that, and it's impacted how a lot of people see high-level college football, the kids that play at your level, they love football. They want to play football. Have you gotten that out of the young man on the roster so far this year?
Oh, most definitely. At the Division II level, especially at our school, at least 95, maybe almost 100% of the kids are paying at some point to play football. So that means they truly love the game. They want to be here and be a part of it. So to get them to buy into the game of football, that's not hard. To get them to buy into me, that's the difficult part, and something that I went attacked head on right when I got here. I sat down with every single position group. I was an open book to them. They could ask me anything, from what kind of dog I got at home to how much money I made in the NFL. It doesn't matter. Like I literally was an open book with them, told them the truth. Hey, some of those conversations got deep, and it was I think it was a great way for them to understand, like, that's who I am. That's what I'm going to be going forward. I'm just going to be an open and honest guy. And I have a mantra with the guys too. Hey, don't ask me a question you don't want to know the answer to.
Oh, dude, that's tough sometimes. What's the weirdest question you got from the boys?
Oh man, the weirdest one. That's an interesting one. Probably just asking about hobbies. I've got a ton of hobbies. So we got into some crazy stuff there. So like scuba diving. I was a pilot at one point. Like I'm getting into podcasting now. So just all kinds of stuff. I like to build computers. So things like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach at North Greenville University and apparently the most interesting man in the world, Nate Garner, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. What lessons would you say, Coach, whether you took it from playing your college ball at Arkansas or spending a number of years in the NFL, what are 2 or 3 of the biggest things that you took from a player's perspective, playing ball for that long, that you brought with you as a head coach to NGU?
The biggest thing from a playing perspective is, hey, you're not always going to feel 100%. So you got to be able to fight through those little nicks and bruises, and you got to be able to overcome that adversity. That's one thing myself, right? So I only played one play my senior year in high school. Broke my foot first play of the senior year. Overcame that adversity. Still had a chance to go play at Arkansas. Blew my shoulder out my freshman year in college. So I've dealt with a lot of physical adversity there. I get into the league. Hey, I got cut my first year. That's adversity, man. It was kind of crazy. Wild ride there. Go down to the Dolphins. Didn't even dress for a single game my rookie year. So I come back the next year. I make the team, go to the team dinner, I go home, sign a new lease, take a nap, wake up to 4 missed calls from the GM, got cut again. Ended up signing me back 2 days later that year. And I ended up starting 9 games, playing 4 positions in one game, and had a wild ride there. So it's all about overcoming that adversity that you face on a daily basis.
Nate Garner joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. When you took that first cut from the Jets and you were kind of in limbo there for however long it might have been, what was the mentality in that moment? Was that did you have that moment of like, that's it, I got knocked down, but I'm going to come back bigger and better? Was there a part of you that was like, okay, maybe it's time to find something else? Where were you mentally when you got that phone call from the Jets saying, hey, we appreciate your time, good luck?
Well, that one was an interesting one. They were going to sign me back to practice squad. So they actually, it was a funky year that year, because the day they made the final cuts, they moved a whole football program part of the business over to New Jersey, but the front office side was still in Long Island. So they put me up in a hotel right next to the football office side of the facility, and was going to go sign back on practice squad. And I'm spent the night in the hotel, wake up the next day, a couple hours till the end of the waiver wire. And I get a phone call from the Dolphins. They're like, hey, can you pass the physical? Can you pass your conditioning test? And I was like, yep. All right, your flight leaves in 2 hours from LaGuardia. Let's go. So I already had an apartment in Jersey. All my stuff was there. I just had a little duffel bag with me in Long Island. So went and hopped on a plane, had nothing with me really, just one change of clothes and a shave kit. That was all I had.
That's incredible. Incredible. We're talking to Nate Garner, head coach of the football team at North Greenville University, his first year on the job. So you mentioned you were already living in the area here in the upstate of South Carolina. Tell me a little bit about kind of where you are and your interaction with Greenville, with the upstate, as far as getting involved in the community. I've been here 5 years. One of my favorite things about the sports community here, Coach, is every team around here, be it Furman Wofford, Clemson, South Carolina, the Greenville Drive, Triumph, Spartanburgers, whatever, there is a true desire, at least I've experienced, to be involved with, to be a part of the community, to be invested in the community as much as the community is invested in their programs. Do you kind of carry that same mentality with you, especially if you were already a part of the community stepping into this job?
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, that was a pretty unique thing for me. Is Greenville County was my recruiting area the last 3 years. So I've been all over the county. It's been an awesome experience for me. I've been to a few drive games. Looking forward to going to a Spartanburgers game because I actually live in the exact same spot when I was at Limestone. I ended up not having to move. I actually cut 10 minutes off my commute. So I was like, hey, that's pretty cool.
Perks of the job, baby.
Hey, you can't beat that. So like last night, I was at dinner down in Greenville. That's where me and my wife would go on date nights and everything. So it takes me about 30 minutes to get down there, about 35 minutes to get to the school. So I've been in the community. I love it. And I just want the community to come be a part of us now. That's something that I've tried to reach out to, as well as not just the community, but the alumni basis for North Greenville as well. Surprisingly, a bunch of the head coaches in high school down there are former alumni of North Greenville. And I had conversations with them during my recruiting time talking about, hey, North Greenville doesn't really engage us a lot. We need to get them back out. So I want anyone and everyone who's an alumni, especially the football program, feel welcome to come back around and to be a part of our program.
Talk to me a little bit about the team in 2025, Coach. Give me a couple of players you might be looking for, a little bit of what the fans may expect to see out of the Blazers this year.
We're going to have an explosive offense and an aggressive defense. That's all I really want to leave out there right now. I don't want to give too much away. I want y'all to come out and check us out this weekend, man. We'll put the ball down and start playing at 1 p.m. Things will start rolling around campus about 11:30, 11:45, and the kids will be on the field at about 12:30.
All right, I stank, but I was a defensive end, and there was nothing I love more than getting the old zero blitz, everybody go call. I'm not asking you give me schemes, tactics, whatever, but we're going to see a lot of it. Like, are we talking aggressive defense, like we're getting in the backfield kind of defense, or are you going to sit back, let the DBs play a little bit?
Hey, we'll have a little bit of both of it, but we'll definitely get after them. I can tell you that. The defensive line's coming along really well. They've improved a lot, and obviously our defensive backs, they've done a really good job. I actually just hired one of my former teammates, Julian Posey. He was a 4-year NFL player, 4-year CFL player, and actually just finished up coaching professionally over in Japan. So I just hired him as my safeties coach. So excited to bring him on, and I think he's going to do a great job with those guys in the back end there.
Love to hear it. Nate Garner, head football coach at North Greenville University. Their spring game is tomorrow. We'll give you some more details on that here in just a minute from right now. Coach, one question that we always ask on the way out from the local sports folk, and I'm going to tell you now without telling you how it goes, but this is going to either endear you or make you have to work harder to win over the people of the upstate. You go to a restaurant, you order a hot dog. What comes on it?
It's a tough one. It depends on what kind of mood I'm in, honestly. I could go chili and cheese. I could go just mustard. I mean, it just depends. Depends on the mood I'm in for the day.
If you want it with chili and cheese, what do you tell the order taker?
I don't even know. I just put chili and cheese on it.
That's a chili dog, right?
All right, chili dog. Yeah, you're right.
All right. The folks around here, Coach, they have been after me for 5 years since I got here for calling that a chili dog. In the upstate, apparently, a hot dog just comes with chili and cheese. That's a chili dog, right?
I haven't even learned that over the last 3 years. I never heard that one.
Thank you. Thank you, upstate. I'm not crazy. Coach Nate Garner gets it too. Head coach of North Greenville University, Nate Garner, first year on the job. The spring game is going to be tomorrow, 1 o'clock at Yun Stadium. Admission is free. They're going to have stuff for the kids, and I'm assuming the recruiting's always open. Yeah, Coach. I mean, within legislation, obviously.
Hey, all the 25s, 26s, 27s, 28s can come out right now. They can come out. We'll have a QR code on the walls for them to scan to let us know they were there. And yeah, we're excited to have them out there. We're going to have a few transfer portal guys in as well this weekend. And like I said, just trying to fill a few gaps with those guys.
Coach Nate Garner, North Greenville University. Coach, we're going to check in with you throughout the rest of the offseason, throughout the season itself next year. And Now I just got to get you on the pod off the air to talk a little football too, man. We got to talk some NFL down the road. You good with that?
Oh, I'm all in on that, man. I'd love to.
My guy, Nate Garner, head coach of the North Greenville University Trailblazer football team, making his debut here on the show. Coach, my man, an honor, a pleasure. I'm going to reach out. We're going to do this again. We'll make this a regular thing if you're good with it, pal.
Hey, I'm all in on that, man. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. Excited for the opportunity to be here.
Happy to do it, man. Good luck at the spring game tomorrow. I'll be looking forward to it, and we'll talk to you down the road, pal.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank y'all.
Nate Garner, head coach of the North Greenville University Trailblazers. When we come back, Abe Gordon of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta going to talk some Braves and Falcons first round draft with us when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Coach, great stuff, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries at all, man.
I'm gonna. I'll stay in contact with you and the fellas over there, and we'll do it again sometime during summer before we get to fall camp, and then we'll check in with you during the season, man.
Hey, that sounds great. What podcast do you do?
I just do some little side projects here on the side talking football. It's all an extension of this show. But I got 4 hours in the day and I can talk about football for a lot more than 4 hours. So I do it elsewhere too.
That's awesome, man. Hey, the funny thing is I'm starting a podcast with one of the deputy ADs at the University of Tennessee, but we're not going to talk sports at all.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going
nice.
to be
What do we have a name and what are we talking about? Promote yourself, man. That's what we're here for.
Man, the planned name is going to be the Wake Effect. So, like, kind of, what do you leave behind you when you go?
Nice.
It's almost like writing your own epitaph, if you will.
Nice.
Yeah,
I like it. Well, let us know when it starts to drop. I'm definitely gonna check in. And once you catch a little downtime in the summer, I'm gonna get you on. We'll talk some NFL, man.
Hey, that sounds great, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Done and done, Coach. I appreciate you coming by, big dog. Thank you very much.
Problem. See you.
See you, man. Told you Nate Garner's the dude. Like that guy. All right, guys, we're going to step away and get Abe Gordon on the phone. We will be right back. Do not go anywhere. Thanks again to North Greenville University head coach Nate Garner for joining us, making his Rob Brown Show debut in that last. What a dude, man. He's just a dude. I thought that's awesome. I thought that was a great conversation. I thought it gave us some good stuff. I look forward to getting Nate Garner back on the show regularly and routinely moving forward. Looking forward to seeing how their spring game turns out, getting introduced to the team. Just a solid bro. Just an absolutely solid bro. So looking forward to getting Nate Garner on the show. We will do so again when we get fall camp going, and then we'll get him on throughout the season as well. Nate Garner from North Greenville University. We got Abe Gordon coming up here in just a second from now. We're going to check in with Abe, his thoughts on where the Atlanta Braves are and the first round of the Atlanta Falcons, because I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I thought the Atlanta Falcons had the best first round of any team in the draft. I really liked what the Giants did. I love Abdul Carter as a player, and I love that they made the move to go get Jackson Dart, because I thought we were getting into that Jackson Dart territory. And if a team did not believe in Shedeur Sanders, and it looks like there may be a pretty healthy amount of teams that do not, I thought Jackson Dart was, I think he's a guy that's worth making an effort, making a project out of, but I thought you were kind of right there in that territory. So the Giants jumping up to get him was a good idea. I love James Pierce out of Tennessee, and I thought Jalen Walker getting passed on by New Orleans and Carolina is a decision that both of those teams, also in the NFC South with the Falcons, are going to ultimately end up being very disappointed that they passed on the kid. To talk about the first round of the Atlanta Falcons and what the Dirty Birds may do moving forward in the NFL draft. He is a host and producer on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, Georgia. Friend, buddy of the show, both on and off the air. My guy, my dog, my amigo, Abe Gordon, kind enough to join us here on the phone lines. Abe, you handsome son of a gun. How do you do, brother?
Yeah, I'm like really tired right now. Honestly, the first round for the Falcons was so captivating, and I'm not the only one. Like, we were trading text messages among the hosts and producers deep into the evening last night. Like, a lot of us had trouble falling asleep, like almost in shock. And I'm not like, this is not a story. Like, I was awake till like 2:30 in the morning trying to go to sleep, but it just wasn't taking. And we're trading messages all night long. Like, it's really that stunning and that's shocking here in Atlanta for this regime, for Terry Fontenot, the GM, who has passed on pass rusher after pass rusher after pass rusher, especially when Georgia players have been there. And so for Jalen Walker, who you absolutely did not expect to fall to 15, to be there, it should have been a no-brainer, right? But we're sitting there on the clock. They're like the only team in the first 20 that took all 10 minutes. And we're like, they can't really screw this up, right? And eventually it does come down as Jalen Walker. And then for James Pierce Jr., I know you mentioned earlier, like, this is a guy that you were considering at 15. Like he was in the discussion with a number of other pass rushers, at least we presume, at 15. So to be able to go back into the first round and pick up both of them, you're right, man. It was a home run for the Atlanta Falcons. And now you start to look at a pass rush that also added Leonard Floyd in the offseason, and you start to say, hey, they've been terrible at this. They've been the worst in the NFL at this, and they addressed it in a big way, doubling down. It's going to be very interesting to see how this defense looks now this season.
Abe Gordon from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, Georgia, joining us here on the radio on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. No, listen, I was tweeting out last night, and Abe, I've made no secret to our listeners or to you in the long time we've known each other on and off the air. I cannot stand the Atlanta Falcons. I'm a New Orleans Saints fan. It is my number one rivalry in all of football. I hate the Dirty Birds with a passion, and yet I gave you guys my Rob Brown Show Award of Excellence yesterday for the draft that you had. Not now, when you guys did use the full 7 minutes on the Walker trade, my assumption, Abe, was that you guys were calling around going, hey, look, nobody thought Jalen Walker was going to be here. This is an absolute steal of a deal. If anybody wants to offer up a treasure trove, because as you mentioned, that's kind of been the Terry Fontenot MO since he came over from New Orleans as your GM. And I got to assume the Falcons said, look, we got a price. meet it and he's yours. Don't, and we're happy to take him. The fact that you stood on that business and then picked, to me, the second best rusher available in this draft, that was gutsy enough of a move. But then to make the move for James Pierce and go, let's just go ahead and solidify the whole thing up front. Like, what a night for the Birds.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think they were looking at the phone, waiting for it to ring to see if anyone was going to call about a trade down from 15. And I can't tell you how infuriating and disappointed this fan base would have been if that were the situation. And it doesn't mean you wouldn't have ended up with a great pass rusher, whether it was James Pierce or Mike Green or Ezaraku or whoever you thought you were considering at 15. If you had traded down when Jalen Walker was available, there's just no redemption and there's no coming back. So ultimately, I am certainly glad that they did sit there. But I agree with you. I think it was either they were looking for a trade or they did that draft day bit. I know we're all making fun of the movie as we have for this whole week, but they might have done that draft day bit where they just didn't do their research on Jalen Walker because they never thought that he was going to be there. And they tried to cram it all into a 7-minute pre-draft discussion. But yeah, I think they were openly looking at trading back. And then ultimately, despite having very few picks in this draft, only 5 scheduled, sacrificed a couple of those to trade back up for James Pierce. It really was 2 guys that you would be happy to have gotten any point at 15, and you're able to get both of them. It really is stunning.
Let me ask you this, just out of curiosity. I've had this discussion with Panthers fans here in the market for a very long time, Abe Gordon, that NFL teams do not give a rip about where you came from in college, right? Like, they're not going to say, oh, we will, maybe we'll overdraft a guy because he played for the local school and or university. But I got to assume if you're Atlanta and you can add a Bulldog into the mix, it's got to be a nice little boost as far as maybe getting some dog fans to jump in. How big was it not just to get Jalen Walker, who is a dude, but to get Jalen Walker, who is a dude, and also a guy from right down the road in Athens?
Yeah, I think Georgia is such a unique discussion. Like, the Browns are not dealing with this with Ohio State or Cincinnati, whoever you want it to be. The Rams are not dealing with this with USC and UCLA. The problem has been, in regards to the Falcons drafting UGA players, that it's been at the biggest position of need, which has been along the defensive line or pass rusher, that they've skipped all these players. And it's worked at such a high level for the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, right? Like it's such a combined discussion in regards to, you can't skip another UGA player. Look at what they do when they get into the league. And there's game wrecker after game wrecker for Georgia that the Falcons have skipped on at the biggest position of need. Now, I do think it's the one interesting thing is also there's so many high school players around the Georgia area that are grew up Falcons fans. That also seems to be a big deal. I'm kind of with you though, Rob. Like, I don't really care if they went to Georgia or not. Like, we picked Jalen Walker, I think, because he's probably considered to have been the best player, the best pass rusher available. Like, if he had gone to a different school and he was like, if Abdul Carter slid, we're not taking Jalen Walker, over him because he went to Georgia. So it certainly is a discussion. It is in play. But it can't be the deciding factor in your pick. I don't think it was. I think it's the fact that you didn't expect this guy to be anywhere near you at 15, and he was.
I completely agree. Abe Gordon from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Real quick, and then I want a Braves question to 2 before we let you go. Abe Gordon, talk to me a little bit about what you think this weekend shapes up like for the Atlanta Falcons. Do we see an offensive lineman to keep Michael Penix Jr. alive next year? Are we going to see a couple of skill guys come off the board? What's the rest of this draft shape up for like for the Dirty Birds?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see because they obviously gave up the second-round pick in the trade, so now they're in 3. And if you had kept the second-round pick, you're probably looking potentially at a starting corner. There's or safety, Eamon Worry or Benjamin Morrison or Will Johnson with the knee concerns, and maybe fall to you at 2. I just don't know if you can get a starting-level cornerback that deep into the 3rd round. Maybe you look at safety. But I don't know if this guy's going to fall. And while we're talking about Georgia products, Jared Wilson is probably the number one center in the draft. I can't imagine he's still going to be there, but if that guy's available at 3, I think you're taking him. Outside of that, yeah, I mean, you might grab another interior lineman. You might grab some depth along the offensive line, but I don't think you're taking running backs. I don't think you're taking wide receivers. DB is definitely in play, though.
All right, let's get a couple of Braves questions in before you let you go, Abe Gordon. First and foremost, very quickly, what do you make out of this whole situation with Ronald Acuna Jr., Brian Snitker, Jared Kelenic? He doesn't leg out what he thought was a home run. Ronnie just outright tweets, if that was me, I'd be on the pine. Kind of caused this whole thing. Like, on one hand, I'm like, I mean, he's right, and it's not a great look for Snit. On the other hand, I'm like, Ronnie, if you kind of want to be team leader, like, that's a clubhouse thing, right? Like, maybe don't put it out there in public and make what has been a disappointing, getting better, but disappointing start to the year Braves worse. What did you make out of that whole situation?
Yeah, so, like, I took a step back, and you got to look at the timeline for how this went down and what we believe was known and not known, and who you believe is telling the truth and all this stuff. I have no issues with Acuna saying what he said. If you want to call him a bad teammate or oh, he's not going to be able to be friends with Kelenic when he gets back in the locker room, like, whatever. But here's the issue. Acuna tweets this out with the assumption that Brian Snitker saw it and ignored it. Brian Snitker comes out afterwards and says, I didn't even see it. I didn't know what had happened. I might have handled it differently. And so I think you have to keep that in mind when you either criticize Acuna's handling of all that. He was frustrated under the presumption that what cost him playing time and got him panned by fans was ignored in a few years later. And if Brian Snitker's telling the truth and he just didn't see it, didn't know what happened till the next morning, then it's a different story. So it really boils down to just a lack of communication in regards to the timeline. I think if Acuna knew that Snit didn't see it, wasn't aware of it, obviously we're having a different discussion that never gets posted. So really it all starts with Snit. Like, you can't be missing plays. I don't understand what that was. And for no one else on the team to tell him, hey, this is what went down when you were in the restroom or whatever, that's where the problem starts for me. I get the frustration from Acuna. I understand the concerns about the teammate stuff, but I just think we're overreacting.
All right, 60 seconds or less, Abe Gordon. Braves now at 10-14, still last in the division, but tied for it and kind of battling to get out of the spot. The team has won 5 out of the last 6, including a sweep of the Twins, a 2-gamer against the Redbirds. Where are we? Where are we?
We are now in the phase of the season where they've got to win games on the road. I think they're 2-11 on the road this season. They've got an extended road trip coming up. Obviously, if your record mimics what it has been, you're going to end up falling right back to a ridiculous record. So you got a couple of games in Arizona and then Colorado, who's one of the worst teams in baseball. So you're looking at just get to 500 in this series, I think would make me pretty happy and say, okay, now they're off and running on the season. So look, we can talk about specific concerns about hitting, pitching, the rotation, the bullpen, all that stuff. Right now, let's just win games on the road, start the trek back to 500, and then we can pay attention to what the Phillies and Mets are doing.
Love to hear it. Abe Gordon from 92.9 The Game and Atlanta, buddy of the show off and on the air, and an absolute icon. Abe Gordon, you're the best, brother. We'll check in again sooner rather than later, pal.
Yep, you got it, Rob. Thanks for having me.
Legend. Anytime. Abe Gordon is the best. You know who else is the best? Lon's over and he reads the Sports Flash.
Ain't no denying it, yo. 3-game series against North Carolina State started with a 14-4 loss for the number 2 Clemson baseball team. Aiden Knack was tagged for 11 hits and 8 earned runs across 4 innings. Clemson's hitters recorded 7 hits but left 8 runners on base, while the Wolfpack racked up 19 hits and a dozen RBIs. The Greenville Drive struck back last night, taking Game 3 of the series against the Hub City Spartanburgers 6-3. Drive starter Hayden Mullins surrendered just 1 hit through the first 4 innings, including retiring 12 straight Spartanburger batters. Harder to say than you think. Carolina Panthers added to their wide receiver room with the 8th overall pick in last night's NFL draft. Panthers selected Tataroa McMillan out of Arizona, a 6'4", 212-pound outside receiver to pair up with Xavier Legette in the Bryce Young offense. Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show is next, right here on the Fan, Upstate.
Joey Hudson here to tell you about the all-new all-black windows. That's right, all-black windows and patio doors from American Made Windows of the Upstate. These beautiful windows with all-black matte frames outside and black or white frames inside make a bold, updated statement in any style home. If you've seen them, you know what I mean. Right now, qualified buyers can get 12 months, same as cash. Call 864-499-8853. That's 864-499-8853. And remember, the best windows are American made.
Prices are going up everywhere. There are big drive-up products across the country, but not at Legacy Box. Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless. Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not 15, not 12, just $9. We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with both tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud because we live and share forever. With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from terror and safe from time. Each unique stage are already destroying your family's history. So take advantage of our limited time.
Will Rob make it back in time for the beginning of the 4th hour? Only time will tell.
Milroe to the Rams. Milroe is so interesting, man, as a pick. I don't know why I went full Gruden there. So interesting. Just interesting, man. I mean, I guess if anybody's going to get the best out of him, it'd be McVay. Feels like a guy who has every tool but just hasn't put them all together. Had really good games at Bama, had really bad showings at Bama.
So is it possible that Shedeur Sanders doesn't get drafted?
Doesn't get drafted. Doesn't get drafted today? Absolutely.
No, I mean not drafted, period.
No, he'll get drafted. He has too much talent not to get drafted.
I still think he's going to Cleveland. We'll see. But if he didn't, the frenzy.
The frenzy. Time flies when you are making award-winning caliber radio, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Rob Brown Show, the three-time South Carolina Broadcasters Association Sports Talk Radio Show of the year. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you.
If we were so blessed to go up there for a 4th time, we're going Horseman, right?
Oh.
I mean, when we're on the stage.
I'm going to on the stage, on the way to the stage, on the way off the stage, in our picture with the trophy. We're going to get one. Is it this year? Is it next year? Who the hell knows? But when we grab Crystal Trophy numero 4, and we will have some added competition this year because there's another elite caliber show on this very station, Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson, or as we call them, Cole Bryan and Kerosene in the afternoons. They're going to go for it this year, too. A little heated, friendly competition here on the show. But when we capture trophy number 4, the picture's going to have the 4 in it. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, we'll have a stream away screen holding up the 4s. And I may just go, we've got some taglines on the show. Like, I bring us back by saying, it's the Rob Brown Show. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you, to the point that it is on our lovely character art brought to us by Luca and Ezra on the stream. They wrote on it as the caption to the show, Rob Brown, Lonzo, and you. It will likely be replaced with just bringing us in as the four-time South Carolina Broadcasters Association Sports Talk Radio Show of the Year award winners, just so we can hold up the 4 every time. The humility is important, but sometimes overrated.
Should we grab 2 other guys if we were to win to fill up the 4 just so we have 4 people?
We have,
because hopefully there are 2 other guys going to be there if they're willing to do it. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do if we get to 4. I want to say win, but I'll practice that aforementioned humility.
I learned my lesson 2 years ago.
Yeah, that one stung a little bit.
I'm not doing that again.
If we get to 4, I am going to reach out to every consistent contributor on the Rob Brown Show. Abe Gordon, Lulu Kesson, Rashad Beard. I'm going to reach out to everybody, even the ones gone by. Savannah from back in the day, right? Even our old Jay Busby from Yahoo Sports, our old contributors who make the occasional appearance, Emily Adams, all the Rob Brown Show Hall of Famers. I'm going to be like, can every one of y'all send me a picture of you holding up the 4? And I'm just going to have a collage of every contributor of the show holding up the 4.
Well, I did. The one I want to see is Rashad. So, I mean,
Rashad will do it. He's a wrestling bro too.
Yeah, Rashad's 4 will be monumental.
Oh, for sure. We'll have Shad holding up the 4. We'll have we'll get, hell, I'll get John Blau to send us a picture holding up the 4. All right, we'll get John holding up the 4.
I've never looked up to see what John looks like.
John Blau's a good dude. I met him in person for the first time last year at the ACC championship game. Here's what I'll tell you. Do you know why we have John Blau on the show in and out every week? John Blau friggin' takes his job seriously. And I say that in the most complimentary way possible. Right? Like this, when John Blau's working, John Blau is dialed the bleep in. Like Brady level of intensity. Like if I'm pretty sure if John Blau looked down at his tablet and saw he had a typo in an article he published, he would spike it like Brady. Like he's intense again, full compliments for that. That's a level of intensity that I strive to and fail to capture. Like I take the job seriously, but I don't have that. The intensity level is off the charts. That's why I love having John Blau on Monday. All right. We have talked a lot.
I was going to say, and if you had to spike your tablet every time that you misspelled something.
I don't make spike tablet money. I damn sure don't make spike tablet money when I have a typo. I'd be spiking 3 a day. I don't have that. I don't have that kind of money. I don't have rookie first round pick capabilities, man. All right. So we got a lot to talk about in the final hour of the show. Want to get to this story real quick. We mentioned it back in the water cooler cheat sheet. Might as well bring it up here and now. The University of Kentucky, y'all, is asking its board of trustees later on today to reclassify its athletic department as an LLC, a limited liability company / corporation, whichever one you want to go with. Effectively, asking to establish its athletic department as an LLC. An LLC is a business structure that provides limited liability protection and pass-through taxation. It means that owners, and I don't know who gets listed as the owner of the LLC. I guess the university itself would be my assumption. It means owners are not personally liable for the company's debts and obligations, and business income is taxed at the individual level, not the company level. An LLC, if an LLC incurs debts or legal liabilities, the owner's personal assets are generally protected from being acquired in order to pay off those legal liabilities. That is to say, should the LLC end up with debt or some legal obligation, which, why would that happen to a school's athletic department? Bad NIL deals and lawsuits. Let me be very clear. Rob Brown is not a business attorney or an attorney of any type. That may shock you to learn. Because I'm a big dum-dum. Law school was not in the purview of one Rob Brown. I figured out I can get money for talking. I talk a lot. Let's make that happen. So I did not go to law school. But based on the research I have done since this happened, effectively what happens here is if the athletic department of the University of Kentucky was to acquire any sort of debt, the school would be protected from having any of its assets acquired via litigation to pay off said debt. Why would that school go into debt? Again, working on my own assumptions here, that would most likely be bad NIL deals and lawsuits that are spurred because of them. So, kid comes to Kentucky, signs some sort of NIL deal for $250 million, and then ends up leaving. And let's say down the line, because none of this, obviously, as we wait for the House settlement to happen, or it to go to trial. Because, by the way, and I talked about this a little bit earlier in the show, Claudia Wilkins, the judge overseeing the House lawsuit, has said publicly from the bench that she is good with every settlement clause in the House lawsuit, with the exception of the NCAA's proposal to institute roster size limitations with immediacy. The NCAA proposed regulating and limiting roster sizes for college athletic teams starting now. Claudia Wilkins, the judge in the case, said, no, we're not doing that. Claudia Wilkins said, you are going to create a world in which kids who have signed scholarships, enrolled at schools, gone to that school under the assumption that they were going to be playing sports would be actively kicked off the team and would not have the ability or opportunity to find another place to play. Right? So they said, she said, come back with some sort of structure, some sort of proposal that fixes that. What is the NCAA's or I should say inspiration to actually do that? Well, the answer is this. Either they come back with something that Judge Wilkins approves of and therefore approves the House settlement, or no settlement is reached and this thing goes to a trial. And it is, as of right now, based on the reports I've read, conversations I've had, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it is consensus at this point that if this thing goes to trial, the NCAA will lose everything. And if you thought a 2.3 whatever it is billion dollar settlement was a big deal, they could lose exponentially more than that via a ruling from the judge.
How would they lose? Lawsuits and
yes.
things like that? Okay.
The House settlement has been reached in order to avoid a lawsuit from the plaintiffs in the settlement against the NCAA, a lawsuit that is, again, widely believed by those who have been following this story and diving into the legal side of it, that the NCAA would get their metaphorical asses proverbially kicked in a courtroom. And that $2.32 billion could grow to like a lot more, which $2.3 million is a lot of money, and it could grow to more than that. That 2.3 is what they settled on, right? That's a number the NCAA went, well, compared to what we could lose in a lawsuit, we're good with $2.3 billion. So they've got to come back within 13 days with a roster size agreement that the defender or the plaintiffs in the case would say, yeah, we're good with that. And the judge, who is the most important voice here, the judge would say, that's fair. That treats the current athletes and future athletes with fairness based on everything else that's playing out. So, as a result of that, the University of Kentucky's Board of Trustees today will have a discussion about transitioning the athletic department to an LLC, to a limited liability corporation. That would, again, should down the line, a student athlete have some sort of disagreement with the athletic department and sue the athletic department and win against the Kentucky Athletic Department, the athletic department would not be held liable legally for those damages. That money would have to come from somewhere else. That is to say, a judge could not say, Kentucky owes this player X million dollars, and in order to make that money available, Kentucky has to sell everything in its weight room. They got to sell the football stadium. They got to sell all their equipment, whatever, right? They don't have to sell their stuff. They would be given the opportunity to come up with, create other ways to pay whatever damages might be awarded from Kentucky's athletic department to whoever it is that is suing the school, which is, I think, the most likely way that they would end up suffering some sort of damages. Here is what ESPN's Myron Metcalf wrote up in his article announcing this. He says, quote, the public-private partnership could give the school access to unorthodox revenue streams like real estate as collegiate sports undergo a transformational shift, with schools under the terms of the House settlement expected to give a pool of $20 million to athletes who may also still have the opportunity to capitalize on outside NIL deals. The school said the proposed model, which would make the athletic department a holding company, is one it is used outside of athletics to acquire a pair of local hospitals. So, what could happen here is that as an LLC, the University of Kentucky could invest in outside things, again, like real estate. So, all of a sudden, Kentucky could say, start buying up parcels of land around the university as an athletic department. Could start buying up parcels of land, let's say, I'm just making this up as I go, around the football stadium. And could then begin selling those parcels of land. And that money would go into the athletic department, could be put towards that $20 million pool, or could be put towards investing in the athletic department itself. So a Kentucky fan who, let's say, owns a piece of property that is a half mile away from Big Blue Nation, away from the stadium, could sell that property to the school for $1 million for their acre of land a half mile. And then the school could then use that to have as an investment property, right? They could rent it out to someone. Some big-time Kentucky football fan could pay them $500,000 a year to rent that house. And now they have a tailgating spot that is right there. Or Kentucky could buy that property and they could make it a new parking lot. And then they could sell parking to games for $10,000 a year. You get a season-long parking permit that allows you to park right there at the stadium to walk to Big Blue games, whatever. Point is, it becomes an investment property. They could invest in other businesses, right? You're a widget manufacturer with a widget factory in Lexington, Kentucky. And Big Blue comes to you and says, hey, widget factory owner, we know that you're a big Kentucky Wildcat fan. Have we got an opportunity for you? We would like to buy X% of your company. And as X% of your company minority owners, we would get X percent of your property or of your revenue, and in return, you can rename your company the University of Kentucky Widget Factory, the Big Blue Widget Company, the Wildcat Widgets, whatever you want to name it. Right? You could come up with a partnership there, and now that business owner, big Kentucky fan. That's why that's why his widgets are right there in Lexington, and all his widgets are colored blue. Could now say, instead of something where he pays Kentucky to be the official widget manufacturing company, he could actually be a partner with the athletic department. They now are invested in. They own half that company, or 49% of that company. They get 49% of the revenue, and in return, this guy gets to say, do you want to own the only widgets made by the University of Kentucky? Then come on down to Big Blue's Wild Willie's Widgets Company. We got widgets that are big, widgets that are small, but one thing's true, Big Blue owns them all. Go Widgets.
I don't know if it's a good Kentucky accent.
I don't either.
My family's from Kentucky. They don't sound like that. But still, I mean, it was a fine effort.
I assume Kentucky's got like regions. Like there's like the mountain, the mountain, and then there's like, because they got horse racing in Kentucky, and I just always assume horse racing people sound like this right here.
That sounds more like Alabama.
No, Alabama's more slow and drawn out now. Alabama talk real slow. Alabama's Charles Barkley. Also, Chuck absolutely cooked the NBA yesterday. It was hilarious because they gave us the Thunder Grizzly game on TNT, and they put Clippers Nuggets. Now, granted, it turned out to be the right decision because the Thunder were down 29 and came back and won the game, and the Nuggets got their asses kicked by the Clippers last night. But Chuck was pointing out that the Grizz had lost 2 games by a combined 75 points. And he's like, why in the world are y'all putting Clips Nugs, which has been a good series, on NBA TV, which nobody watches, and putting a good series, on TNT, and putting a good Clippers Nuggets game on NBA TV at 10 o'clock at night? And he was right. Ended up that they guessed right.
Yeah,
but it was still hilarious.
I think NBA TV's like still in standard def or something.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Chuck cooked the NBA. No, he ended up being wrong, but the point is he was willing to go off like that. Chuck's got a foot out the door. He's ready to go. Anyway, point is here, this is an interesting decision from the University of Kentucky. Kentucky, by the way, the school's athletic department, according to ESPN, generates more than $166 million in revenue, which is a top 20 number. And under this model, and this is part of the reason that when they're like, oh, $20 million a year to the athletes, they generate $160 million a year. Okay. And they don't do it because their AD's really funny. All right. They do it because y'all care about the athletes. So under this model, I would assume, and perhaps I'm incorrect, I'd assume that number skyrockets, right? Because there's bound to be, I'd take a stab in the dark, there's probably a couple of good business people that graduated from Kentucky. Probably a good couple of business people that Kentucky could call and go, hey, yo, we will pay you X million dollars a year to come here and be the chief business strategist for the new Kentucky Athletic Department, LLC. You come here, you make us some good investments, and you're going to get X percent on a return in revenue for whatever you generate. I would not be shocked if Kentucky goes LLC and it works. If that $166 million a year skyrockets, and all of a sudden that $20 million a year to the athletes, it's no longer 12% of the revenue. It's like 3% of what they bring in. So we'll see. The story is very compelling, man. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We got some more draft talk, some more NBA playoff talk, and more. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. The Fan Upstate. Louisville fixing to have to get their own widgets. Come on down to Wildcat Widgets. Give me 30 seconds, guys. I got to make a phone call. I'll be right back. So, the national anthem played before sporting events across these great United States of America. There has been a discussion for a very long time about should there be a proper way to perform the national anthem? Some people like it done very traditionally, right? Play it the way Francis Scott Key wrote it. And despite the fact that I point out the fact that it's actually really long, all right? There's more than just the part that we sing as our traditional national anthem. For one, I like having it done in different ways and different styles. Because to me, the United States of America should be a cultural melting pot. There is room for everyone's culture to be shared and respected in this great country of ours. And I think there is something poetic in the performance of our national anthem reflecting that. I like it. There was a couple of years ago that there was a big debate because there was I don't remember if it was a playoff game or a Super Bowl or what, down in New Orleans, and Trombone Shorty came up, and they had a very jazzy, upbeat version of the anthem. We have, of course, heard it performed on pianos and by rock and roll bands and by country music artists and by all these different methods. Well, hockey has taken to a very interesting set of national anthems. I want to start back during the regular season when the Nashville Predators had a gentleman by the name of Bruce Guest, a 9-year Marine Corps veteran. He was invited to perform the national anthem. Play a little clip of it, great one. And I want you to pick out the unique instrument. I have, in all my years of attending sporting events live, never heard this particular instrument utilized to play an anthem.
You just said congas. I mean,
the bongos.
Oh, okay.
Played conga style.
Ah.
I love it.
It's not much,
I love it.
It's not much different than doing an acapella.
It's really not.
I mean,
but it's a very unique sound.
Also, that would be really hard to do.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. And it's just a 2 bongo setup. But my man, Bruce Guest, playing the national anthem on the bongos and singing it, performing it, I thought that's fantastic. I thought that might be the single most unique and interesting way I have heard the national anthem played in a very long time. And then, over the weekend, the LA Kings said, "Hold my red, white, and Pabst Blue Ribbon."
Perform the national anthem of the United States of America. Backed by popular demand, please sing along with the harmonica class from the Koreatown Senior and Community Center.
So I'm going to kill it there because the feedback there was awful. That was from the NHL Network.
The treble just was going through my skull. But
the Los Angeles Koreatown Senior Center harmonica class.
So I'm just picturing a bunch of old people up there with harmonicas.
Yep, you are. It was a bunch of senior citizens from the Korean community in Los Angeles. And I love two things. I love multiple things about it. Number one, the fact that there's a senior citizen harmonica class. Okay? Incredible.
I don't know. They are old people. I thought that might turn you off as far as.
I love old people.
Okay.
I hate entitled people.
Okay.
And a lot of old people are entitled.
All right.
Okay? I hate young entitled people too, just so we're very clear. All right? But y'all old people at the Costco, y'all got to hurry the hell up. All right. Y'all at the Costco. I love Costco. Y'all got to hurry the hell up. I've never met more entitled old people in my life than at the Costco.
You do know that I believe is it Sam's Costco or Sam's Club are eliminating checkout lines altogether. You can just use your phone.
Sweet. Not even sarcastically. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let me just beep, beep, beep with my phone, pay on my credit card, get the hell up out the store. All right? I'm great with that. Now, I love that this class exists in the first place. Number one. Number two, I love that at some point in the regular season, the NHL was like, or the LA Kings were like, screw it. Why not? Right? Like, let's have some fun. Number three, I love that not only in the regular season did they say, screw it, let's let the Los Angeles Korean Senior Center Harmonica Blast play the anthem, but the Kings fans were like, yep, love this, and requested they come back for a playoff game. Then I love the fact, and you can hear it in that clip, even though it's not the best audio, the Los Angeles Koreatown Senior Citizen Harmonica class started playing the anthem, and you can hear the Los Angeles Kings fans start to pick up the volume, singing along with the harmonica class playing the anthem, which means that in Los Angeles, California, a city that many of you incorrectly believe just hate everything about America, one of the most diverse cities in America had an arena full of people screaming the anthem along with a bunch of senior citizens playing harmonica. If that's not America, I don't know what is.
I think you're misrepresenting to a degree. I mean, I'm sure that's not representative of that place as a whole. Those are hockey fans. And I have a question, though. Which professional sport is the most judgmental as far as something like that? Hockey, I believe, is more accepting of that sort of thing. I'm not so sure that football would like that.
I'm going to say this. I had this actually hilariously had this conversation with Cody Decker last Saturday. Football is so regionally based, right? You and I have had this discussion before. The way that people feel about football is different community to community. And all I need to point out around that is college football is king here, and it's not true anywhere else in the country. The NFL is. It's just how it goes. Anywhere else in the country, the NFL is king and college football checks in second. That is part of the reason that the Southeastern Conference has dominated college football for as long as it has, because all of our cultural influence goes behind college football here. It goes behind the NFL everywhere else. I love when the anthem is presented in different ways, because I think it is the most reflective thing about, to me, what this country is. Diversity in culture and background and style. And when we allow the anthem, which is supposed to represent all of us, to be performed in different cultures and styles and voices and backgrounds, that to me is the most poetic way to represent America. And if that means the Los Angeles Koreatown Senior Center Harmonica class, backed by 19,000 LA Kings fans screaming out the Star-Spangled Banner, Patriot it up, baby. I love it. That's incredible. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Just realized that song never picked up, but as long as it played, it doesn't help. Demolished. It's that word you and Cole use, gollywop?
Demolish. Mollywop.
I knew it was something
Good word.
like that. Yeah,
Good word.
Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Update, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm
Hey, I got to take this off the stream real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Come back. Final segment next. Final segment of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo with you. We have been talking NFL draft this morning. Let us continue to do so. I want to go back and I want to clarify to the best of my ability, which clearly this morning is not super. I want to go back and clarify to the best of my ability the thoughts I've had on the selection of Tetairoa McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona, by the Carolina Panthers at number 8 overall. 6'4", 219 pounds. He is a jump ball athlete. The way I described him earlier was 50-50 balls are 70-30 balls if you throw them to Big T-Mac. Because he's an athlete. He jumps out of the gym. He can go up and get it. And I believe that college capability will translate to the National Football League. He is that exceptional as an athlete. So, I said earlier in the show, I like the pick. I do not love the pick. And I'm going to stand on that. And again, let's be real clear. As old SVP said earlier in the day, it is an exercise in futility. He didn't put it that way. I'm putting it that way. It is an exercise in futility to go B+. Because we don't know. We'll find out in 2 years, right? We'll have some guys that have great rookie years. We'll have some guys that struggle. We'll have some guys that outright stink. We'll have some guys that get cut before the year even starts. Exercise in futility to assign a grade yet. But what you can grade is where teams met needs, failed to meet needs, and what you think. Speculation is a large, if not predominant, part of our job in this industry. So, let's speculate, shall we? Here's what I see out of T-Mac, because he has made it known that he does not like Tet as the nickname. I respect that. I shan't call him that. T-Mac is what we're going with here. Here's what I see out of T-Mac. I see a jump ball specialist, which is great. That's a good thing. As a as an apologist for my very special baby boy, Bryce Young. Good. Having a jump ball specialist is a great thing for an NFL quarterback. And I'm not just talking about my special baby boy, BY. Patrick Mahomes needs a jump ball guy. Josh Allen needs a jump ball guy. A guy that, when James Pierce is coming off the edge and that clock goes from 2.75 to 0 real quick, and you look down the field and you see your guy, your jump ball specialist is 1v1, you are comfortable going, yeet, and just bombing it down there and going, he's either catching it or nobody is. It's nice to have that in the back pocket. Not every NFL quarterback has that. So I'm glad that you added that because you didn't really have that on the roster. There's a chance that maybe that could be Xavier Legette. But Xavier doesn't have the hops that Big T has, A. And B, as much as I love Xavier Legette, Alonzo and I are both big XL guys. We both love Xavier Legette. The hands weren't perfect last year. They weren't even great. They were good last year. They weren't great.
And the look of disappointment on his face every time because he knew it was him.
Yeah.
It wasn't, for the most part, it wasn't a bad pass. It was just he dropped the ball.
One of the things I said last year, to the chagrin of some of the haters, was Bryce Young, I mean it when I say, probably had 25 footballs dropped. Dropped. Not close and they didn't catch it. I mean, in the hands, dropped last year. And XL was responsible for a chunk of those. I don't want XL doing anything but standing in front of a jugs machine, getting rockets lasered into his chest at 1,000 miles an hour until those hands get delicate for BY. But now I got a jump ball guy. What don't I have with Big T? Couple of things. What I don't have in Big T is a guy who is explosive into and out of his breaks. He's a guy that can get the head around. He's a guy that's got clean routes, but they're not explosive. When the ball is snapped, he does not have a first step that is going to get him behind a cornerback that is in press coverage. He has to use his hands and his body to get out of press coverage and get open. What's that mean? That means that this offensive line had better keep giving Bryce Young time because BY does not yet have to right now. And I think Jalen Coker could potentially grow into this role, but he does not have that guy that if he's just getting hammered at the line of scrimmage, he can go snap, look, out. Like that sub 1 second release of the football, that bang, throw. He doesn't have that yet. And that's a resource that I hope they find. That's not Big T. Big T's a hands and body to get open guy. He needs that 1.5 seconds to get clear of a DB to present a target to Bryce Young. If I'm going to use a pick at 8 on a wide receiver, I'd like an explosive first step guy. A guy that I know, snap, look, he's got room. More often than not, I can look over there at the one spot and trust that if it's a press coverage route, if they're playing up because they're trying to generate pressure on my offense, that at least a percentage of the time, that dude, I can put him in a route running concept, and I can trust that guy on step number 1 is going to create separation. And I do not think that right now you have that with Ted McMillan. I don't think you have that yet. And if that is the case,
help yourself, can you?
I'm telling you, it's going to take some time. Like I said, I still slip and say the San Diego Chargers. You're just going to, I apologize to Big T. It's going to take some, I'll get there, but it's going to take some time. So the way that I am looking at this is you've given me a precise route runner, if not an explosive one. You've given me a consistent route runner, if not an explosive one. You've given me a guy that I know is going to present a target. It's going to take him a second to get there. He can change direction well. He's very sharp. It's a good, clean route. It's just not going to generate a lot of separation until he gets to his spot sinks the hips, changes direction, and goes. Got a big frame. Appreciate that. Got a guy that can come over the middle. Appreciate that. I would love for Xavier Legette to be the over-the-middle guy. I'd love for him to be the over-middle guy, but he's not that yet. I'm not saying he can't be. I'm not saying he won't be. I'm saying he's got to get hands developed before I trust him to be my consistent over-the-middle option. Big T can come in and be that guy right out of the gate. So I do not dislike the pick. When I said I don't love the pick, it is because of two things. Number one, I think Big T would have been available a little later in the draft. I think Carolina could have maybe they didn't get an offer. There is one more thing that broke last night. That other thing that broke is apparently Big T and BY were working out together this offseason and doing so under the radar out in Los Angeles, California. Apparently, BY really liked Big Tet. Apparently, BY had input to go get Tet, which means that, assuming that is true, and as of right now, I got no reason to believe that it's not. Apparently, BY had some level of control over this pick. Maybe not the control of the pick. Maybe he didn't write up the envelope they handed to old Raj up there on the stage that made Big T a Carolina Panther. But at least Morgan and Canales were allowing BY to have some input on this pick here. And I think that's good because one of the things that needed to grow for Bryce Young was confidence. One of the things that needed to grow for Bryce Young was his belief in both himself and his role in the program. You want to make a guy feel like a franchise quarterback? You want to have him believe in himself as a franchise quarterback? Treat him like a franchise quarterback. If BY was working out with Tet, scratch that with Big T. If BY was working out with Big T in the offseason and he liked what he was having going on enough that he went to Dave and Dan and he said, Double D, that's my guy. If I have input, that's the guy that I want. And then they went and got that guy for him. They didn't trade back. They didn't go Jalen Walker, which I thought was the pick. But if BY was at least somewhat in control of this pick, said, that's my guy. I've been working out with him. I like him. We got chemistry. That's who I want. And they said, you got it. You're treating him like a franchise quarterback. And I think treating him like a franchise quarterback is how you make him feel like a franchise quarterback. And making him feel like a franchise quarterback is a step in the direction of making him play like a franchise quarterback. And him playing like a franchise quarterback is the step to him being a franchise quarterback. Also, texter on the Hub City Spartanburger text line at 844-326-3663 has submitted the nickname King Tet. I'm going to say two things. Number one, got to earn it. Number two, he said he doesn't like Tet as a nickname. I am going to say if he goes out there and balls out and I'm wrong and he turns into a stud, he might have to deal with King Tet because that's a solid name. I like that a lot.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Tweet.
So if LeBron goes out and does that, everyone's mad. But if Bryce Young supposedly goes out and does that, it's okay.
I don't know who everybody is. Listen, I had zero issue with LeBron taking Bronny and BT Dubs.
I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about going and getting other players to come to like they're the GM and the coach and stuff. It just looks like the same thing.
Franchise dudes is franchise dudes. That's it. Alex said, I hate to say it, but I hope Bryce doesn't perform the next 2 years and we draft Lenora Sellers. Listen, I had this conversation last night when I got a little bit upset about the Saints taking a guard. The NFL does not give a damn where you went to college. They don't care. Never have cared. You want that because you're a Gamecock fan? The Panthers want BY to be a star.
Maybe they just want it because Lenora Sellers, if he continues to get,
he might be a stud.
He's going to be.
He might be.
He is. We'll see what if he continues to grow. All right. The first thing that's Xing is Alex Caruso.
Alex Caruso Xing 10 points last night in the game.
About his defense. Apparently, he had a excellent defensive game.
He did,
and people are starting to understand that he's pretty good.
Hustle monster, baby. Listen, Alex Caruso is pretty good. He's been underappreciated, I think, his entire career, predominantly as a defender. He is a gnat. He's just in your face, and he's not going anywhere. If you have a good game and Alex Caruso was on you, you had a good game.
But not in a way like Della Vadova was back in the day where people just want to punch him. I don't think think
No, he's a pest defensively, and not a pest like hand check, like he's trying to get away with the sneaky fouls or whatever. He just plays good D, stays low, center of gravity's down, quick lateral step left to right. You cannot go shoulder down and get around the guy. Like he's gonna check you.
All right, the next thing is Xing is Judkins.
Quinshon?
Yes. Best available running back. That's what that's one that he's not the only one. Xing, but he's the first one to show up on my feed.
I'm racking my brain. You had Ashton Janty come off the board.
Travion
I was gonna say, I think Travion Henderson's better.
They were fairly equal during the season. Yeah.
I think in terms of like build and style, I think Travion Henderson is slightly better. I'd go, honestly, I might say Caleb Johnson from Iowa next. But I'd say Henderson and Judkins are kind of comparable. Cam Scadaboo's still out there, though, by the way.
Yeah, we'll see.
I love Cam
Scadaboo. Running back.
Scadaboo and Kamara. Oh, I just got myself excited unnecessarily.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah.
All right. The next thing that's Xing is ketchup or ranch.
That's a hell of a debate. If we're talking about French fries, because I am a French fries and ranch guy. I'm also a French fries and ketchup guy. If you said you got to pick one and we're only having the French fry discussion, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. You might hate me for this. I'd go ranch.
I'm probably going ketchup, but I will tell you that I've got the old Hidden Valley Ranch powder. You throw that on your tater tots or your fries and then dip it in ketchup and you got both worlds.
Ready for the secret? You put that stuff, make you some crock pot chicken with your chicken broth and then put that powder in there. Game changer.
It's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Really is. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Al Pacino.
Al Pacino. It's his birthday?
Yes.
And he's 89.
No, he's 85.
Oh,
yeah,
attaboy, Al.
Not as old as you thought he was. And finally, the last thing that's Xing is Fursuit Friday.
Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hey, I'm Live and Let Live. Love who you want to love. Be with who you want. Do what you want to do. Watch what you want to watch. Listen to what you want to listen to. Except you furries. Y'all got to stop. You make it too weird. Okay? You make it too weird. That's it for us. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show today. I hope you enjoyed the show all week. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the rest of the NFL draft. We will break down the draft in its entirety when we return on Monday. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you back here Monday to do it all over again on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later!
What the fudge, guys?
Yeah, you got me with that one because I forgot about the clip and I was like, oh no.
Oh, here you go. Stream exclusive story time. So yesterday my car got ready and the guy from the dealership calls me and he's like, hey man, your car's ready to get picked up. Come on by. And I'm like, yep, for sure. Wife just got home from work. Give me a few minutes. I'll get on the road. Okay, great. So she gets home and we're getting ready to go up there. And it's like 3 p.m. And I look out the back door and there's this little girl roaming around my backyard. She's like, I don't know, probably 12 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old. And I'm like,
okay, when you said little, I thought like 3 or 4.
Like 11, 12-year-old. So I open the backyard and I'm like, hey, are you good? And she goes, yeah, my dog got loose and he's running around and he was in your yard and he's run off and I can't catch him. And I'm like, oh, for sure, no worries. I'm like, I'll help. But she goes, well, he just ran down the street. Well, we live on a not like a cul-de-sac, like a big circle, right? And I'm like, well, he can only go so far because we live in a circle. So the wife and I like, tell you what, we're going to get in our car and we're just going to drive the circle. It's a big golden retriever, old golden retriever. We're just going to drive circles. And if we see him, we'll try to catch him. And she's like, okay. She's like, he may or may not come. No worries. So we get in the car, we get in her car, start driving circles. Well, we make it around the corner and we see the dog. And he's just like, this dog's living his best life. He is just bounding around the neighborhood. Just that big, cappy, dumb golden retriever bound. So I get out of the car and the dog's like on the side of a couple of houses on the other side of the circle from us. So I get out of the car. She told me the dog's name. And I get out of the car and I call the dog. And I like get down on a knee and I'm like, come here, boy. This dog comes running straight at me. I mean, just bounding. This dog jumps up on me. Y'all, I haven't been this happy in a long time because I love golden retrievers. So this dog jumps on me. I'm petting him and I got him on the collar and the little girl finally catches up and she hooks him on the leash. And I'm like, all right, you got him? And she's like, yeah, I can get him home from here. And I'm like, okay, be careful. Don't let him throw the leash or whatever. And if he does, just come get us. So she's like, okay. So she starts walking towards the house. And when this dog realizes that they're walking back towards the house, the dog sits, and this dog's 90 pounds of golden retriever. This girl's 75 pounds of 12-year-old girl. This dog sits in the middle of the road and it is parked. It is not moving. She's like yanking on the leash. Dog's just looking at her like, no, I'm not ready to go home. So I'm like, uh-oh. And she's like, yeah, he doesn't like being home. He likes to explore. And I'm like, all right. So I walk over and I'm like, let me see if he'll walk with me. And the dog, I grab the leash and the dog walks with me, like towards the house. And I'm like, you know what? I'll walk with you home. So the wife's like, I'll follow you. We'll walk the dog home. So I walk this dog home. It's like, I don't know, 1/10 of a mile, 2/10 of a mile. It's not far, but it's a little bit of a walk. So we get the dog down to the dog's house, and the dog lives at the entrance to the circle that we live on the back of. This dog lives about a 1/4 mile from the house. It's like a loop, far side. So we get the dog to the house. The mom is like, thank you very much. Like, he's such a pain in the butt when he gets out, whatever. Like, no worries. Dog loves me. We're good. And so I go get in the car with the wife. And she backs out of the driveway. She points the car at the house. And in 1 second, every light on her dashboard comes on. Not like every one of like a Christmas tree. Bing, 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 they all light up. And I'm like, that's not good at all, right? Like a light comes on. I'm like, get it home. Every light comes on. She's like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, just get the car home. Let's go. Drive it home quick. Get on the gas, young lady. Well, she goes to start turning the car. Her power steering completely goes out. And I'm like, are you strong enough to get it to the car? Like, just get it to the house. I'll turn the steering wheel to get it in. She's like, well, I'll just turn it off and turn it on again. She turns the car off. Car will not start. She goes to turn the key. Click, 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 click. Car will not start. It's a 1/4 mile from the house. Car will not start. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So now after I have walked 1/10 of a mile to get this dog, 1/4 mile to get this dog back to its house, I now have to push her car all the way down the loop back to our house to get it to the house. Y'all, I about passed the bleep out. Get it back to the house. Car and our driveway is up a hill. I cannot. I'm out of gas. I cannot. And when I say hill, I mean like up a hill in our driveway. I'm like, nope. We are parking this son of a biscuit on the front yard and leaving it like we're the most redneck people in this neighborhood. So park the car. I've now got to call a $40 Uber to get me to the dealership to pick up my car. And oh, by the way, I am running. If this Uber takes forever, I am running being late to the dealership and then being closed, which means I would not be able to get the car. And her car doesn't work, which means it'd have been a $40 Uber back to the house, then a $30 Uber here, then a $40 Uber to go get the car today, blah, 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 blah. I make it to the dealership like as they are closing. I get it back to the house. We're able to jump her car. Long story short, effectively, her battery is old and it was corroded. I didn't know that. And because the battery was just completely gassed, every electrical system in her car was shutting off one by one to save juice on the battery. So hopefully I'm just going to be able to get a battery change today. But it was a freaking day yesterday, and every bit of me hurts right now because I had to push a car a 1/4 of a daggum mile. Fortunately, there was cold beer in my fridge, so I didn't have to call off from work today.
Hey, at least you were capable of doing that,
I was damn proud of myself, to be honest with you. Damn proud of myself, to be honest with you.
Yep, that'll do it, Steven.
Next time port. The battery's dead. Like, you're right. Like, I know that trick, and I got it all fixed out. It's the battery's like 6 or 7 years old. She hasn't changed it in a while. I didn't know that till yesterday, but I got the
batteries regularly. It's usually you don't change it till it dies.
Well, ordinarily it would give you like the car would give you a light that you got a low battery. Hers did not. It just went straight to straight away to like, no, this battery's cooked. You're done. Fortunately, she wasn't like in Cowpens, North Carolina when this happened. All right, that's it for us. Y'all have a great weekend. Appreciate you being here. Tell your friends about us. My brother texted and said, Rob Brown and the very good, no good, the very bad, no good day of moderate exercise. No one likes you.
That was a very good explanation. I mean, that was a good title.
Oh, it
for the
hurt,
book.
buddy. It hurt. All right, see you later. Goodbye.